right, I believe we are good to go. Everything should be functioning for the most part. All right, perfect. We like a lot. All right, we are jumping into it with the very beginning of this first news outlook involving Trump just signed an order that can save Steam. I don't fully understand the order, but I guess with this video, I'll hopefully find out.
Signed a new executive order, and it could be the biggest news for gamers you haven't heard yet. Games are being censored, not by Steam though, but by the banks that handle the money. This new executive order is the first legal step in stopping this. Recently, if you haven't heard, some games were removed from the Steam store, but this wasn't because of a bug or a developer's choice. Instead, it happened because a big payment company like MasterCard decided that a few games were a reputational risk. This is a vague rule that lets them pressure a company like Steam to remove any games they don't like. As a result, the banks that handle the money for Steam got involved, creating a chain of pressure that led to the games actually being removed. This is a big deal because it shows that a third-party company that handles the money, not the government or Steam itself, is now deciding what we can and can't buy. This kind of power is a form of digital censorship, and is especially concerning since a new rule was recently added to Steam's guidelines that gives them the power to remove content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processor.
Right here, content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers. In particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. Are you telling me that it's not just the processors? If our ISPs say something, they'll take it down? You must be freaking kidding me. My ISP provider is not going to dictate what I'm allowed to look at on the internet. That's where I'll toe the line. Heck no, you're not doing that. No, 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 no. You know what the worst part about this is? Is the fact that now that I've confirmed the actual rules that the MasterCard and Visa set up when they removed all those Steam games, or asked Steam to remove those games, is that they have no, I repeat, no rule in place. They just did it because they felt morally obligated because of what those Karens reported. So Asmongold was 100% right. This is intolerable. This is not okay. This needs to be dealt with, and fast. And what I'm getting really sick and tired of is that our presidents have to keep pushing executive order after executive order for anything to get done. I mean, really? When are Democrats and Republicans actually going to do the jobs that they're being paid for and come up with laws and updates that provide towards their constituents that brought them into office? This is getting absurd. We got nothing like that going on. All we've got going on is the companies doing whatever they want until the government decides that they want to step in. And it's usually the president with an executive order, which I'm getting sick of. The executive order stuff is just getting out of hand because the only reason so many executive orders get signed by so many presidents so much is because we have a non-functioning Congress and Senate. They're deadlocked every single time they need to come to a conclusion on something. Holy crap.
The thing is, the Steam situation is just one example of a much bigger problem. It's part of a growing trend of these payment companies censoring or even debanking anything they don't like. Debanking is when banks or payment companies close accounts or refuse to work with people and businesses for reasons that aren't actually about money. The censorship we're seeing on platforms like Steam is very similar to how banks debank people. The payment processors are essentially saying, if you don't remove this content,
I guess what I'm trying to understand is why DEI has found its way into so many things, and that these companies all believe this is the way to go. I don't understand. Their customer base is nowhere near the percentage of these deranged-minded people. It's dedicated towards the regular users, like people such as us, who are talking and speaking out against this. I don't understand where the digital card space and all these companies think that this is the way to go. I don't get it. And Democrats have all just gone completely apeshit, going completely far left. They're basically embraced the full communism. Oh boy.
We will stop doing business with you, which means you can't get paid. This is a direct financial threat. It's what itch.io stated when they said they had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. And also when Valve said if they didn't remove the games, it would prevent customers from buying games and content across Steam. The White House announcement calls this politicized or unlawful debanking and highlights how some financial institutions have restricted access to services on the basis of political or religious beliefs or lawful business activities. So this isn't just about video games. Something similar has happened to cryptocurrency companies, legal gun stores, and even anime stores.
I gotta be honest. Like, look at what I've been finding out about the recent news over in the UK. The United Kingdom has signed a law into place that censors everything you say. As in, everything you say online is monitored. They're watching it. They even openly admitted it during an interview that their goal is to not to monitor and protect children. They're planning to monitor adults who speak out against migrants. Whether it's nonviolent or violent, they're going to arrest you and put you in jail. That's how crazy things are. The governments of our own countries care more about migrants than they care about their own citizens who are already there paying taxes when those migrants don't pay any taxes. And your tax money goes towards them. What are our government officials in the UK and the United States doing? Where are these brain dead ideas coming from? They're going to bankrupt themselves.
The White House announcement points to other examples as well, such as when federal regulators suggested banks flag individuals who made transactions related to companies like Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop. These payment networks are essentially the roads of the digital economy. By controlling these roads, these companies can stop anyone they disagree with from doing business, even if they haven't broken any real laws. So to fight back against this, President Trump has signed a new executive order called Guaranteeing Fair Banking for All Americans. This is a direct response to what the president's office calls systemic abuses by financial institutions that undermine free expression and economic opportunity. This new rule tells federal groups that watch over banks to stop using vague reasons like reputational risk in their guidance and manuals. The order is specific, stating that regulators must remove the use of reputational risk or equivalent concepts that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking. From now on, banks must make their decisions based on clear financial reasons. The order...
It's like, it's no longer about money. Money is gone. It's no longer about capitalism money. It's about, you know what? It sounds like to me we're drifting more towards a socialist-based government with the way things are progressing. Does it feel that way? It does kind of feel like that.
Also directs federal banking regulators to review banks for any past or current policies that encourage politicized or unlawful debanking and to take action, including charging a fine. The ultimate goal of this order, as stated by the White House, is to ensure that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their beliefs, affiliations, or political views.
It just seems like to me this is going way in the wrong direction, where these companies have to be intervened by executive orders. It wouldn't even have to come down to the president making an executive order. If Congress and the Senate would just sit down and deal with this crap. They're too busy. Have they passed any decent legislation that benefits Americans? I don't think there's been any decent legislation that benefits Americans passed by Senate or Congress in the last 20 years. I don't think there is. And if you know, let me know in chat, because honestly, I don't know. I mean, the thing that blows me away is the fact that we're seeing this stuff at such a high rate now. This is crazy. We're drifting more towards a socialist government. I didn't think it was possible. I didn't, but it appears it so. It appears it is. Oh boy.
This is meant to prevent any financial unfair treatment and give fair access to banking for all legal businesses and people. So how does this new order connect directly to our problem on Steam? This is where the details of how payments work become really important. As Valve confirmed in their response, MasterCard didn't go directly to Valve and tell them to remove the games. MasterCard communicated with acquiring banks. These are the banks that handle the money for businesses like Steam. MasterCard cited one of its rules, Rule 5.12.7, which says that a business can't process transactions that may damage the goodwill of the corporation or reflect negatively on the marks. It's important to know that Visa has a very similar rule, just showing how this is a widespread issue across the payment industry. This is a perfect example of a vague...
Okay, so they do have rules in place that say they won't do transactions for those types of videos and games. So it's not like it wasn't there. They just won't. It doesn't seem that vague based on what I'm reading. It doesn't seem that vague. And my guess is Visa and MasterCard, I guess like I thought, weren't policing all the people that they provide their services to until someone points it out. Interesting. So it's a two-way street. I don't agree with it. They should not have that kind of policy. I mean, last I checked, it should have been about making money in the most legal way possible. Now it's political and politicized to the point where it's just ridiculous.
Reputational risk clause. MasterCard didn't have to prove the games were illegal, just that they were a risk to their brand. This was in response to a small number of complaints from the activist group Collective Show. The acquiring banks, fearing that they would lose their partnership with a major payment network, then pressured Valve to remove the games. Valve complied, which is why they weren't fully debanked. So the executive order aims to stop this by forcing financial institutions to justify their decisions based on individual, objective, and risk-based analysis. The key...
I mean, Visa and MasterCard. You know, I'm curious. I want to look that up real quick. Okay, so they have. So they're no longer provided service for that. All right, that clears that up for me, because I was curious if they're providing it still through those sites, then this is questionable behavior to target games. But now that I know they're doing it to everything, now I know.
The difference is simple. Risk-based analysis is about measurable financial threats. Reputational risk is about feelings and public opinion. The new executive order is designed to stop financial companies from using the second one as an excuse to shut down legal businesses. This could protect game developers from being unfairly censored. So what can we expect now? While this executive order is a major step, it has its limitations. Some might argue that it doesn't mean much because it can't directly regulate companies like MasterCard or Visa. However, the executive order does create a powerful incentive for banks to stop caving to this type of pressure. If an acquiring bank knows that it could be fined by a federal regulator for acting on a reputational risk concern, it's far less likely to do so. This could make the vague rules of payment processors effectively powerless. According to Valve's newest statement, they were pressured by these banks, citing MasterCard's rule. So while Valve wasn't formally debanked, they were put in a position where they had to choose between censorship and a massive financial threat. This is the exact thing this executive order is trying to stop. Looking forward though, this executive order could pave the way for more changes. We could see new legislation like the
You let me know when Congress, with its 70 to 80-year-old dudes and gals, finally decide to sit down and actually pass some real live legislation that's actually going towards actual Americans rather than everything else across the board. The day that our Congress does that, my mind will explode. Because it just seems like to me they don't want to do anything that doesn't put more money in their pockets. And I can guarantee you any bill that they claim passed that they're saying this is now law and this is great, and that President Trump is willing to sign, I'll guarantee you we'll look through that 180-page document and there'll be some crazy stupid thing in there that has nothing to do with the actual bill, just because they want to please someone on the other side in order to get their vote. But like, all I want to see is some actual progress in our government. We have been stagnant for way too long with any real change.
Fair Access to Banking Act gained momentum in Congress. This act, which has seen bipartisan support, aims to prevent banks from using subjective, non-financial standards when deciding who to do business with. A new law would have way more power than an executive order. It could directly and legally stop payment networks from denying service based on a business's legal activities or political views. The details of the bill are designed to force this change. For example, it would prevent banks from making decisions based on unfair and random standards, a legal way of saying a decision made without a good, clear reason.
It's basically discrimination, basically. But discrimination laws, I don't think, apply to financial institutions, because they only apply mainly to jobs. Like, you cannot be denied this because of in a job.
The bill requires banks to have a written, documented report showing a risk-based analysis for all decisions. This means they would have to back up their choices with clear, factual information, not vague concerns about their brand. This would be a more permanent solution, like treating these payment companies as essential services. So if the pressure from payment processors start to disappear, the new rule on Steam would become unnecessary and could pave the way for a return to a more hands-off content policy on the platform. So although the fight to stop censoring games is not over yet, there are some signs it might not last forever.
I'm going to say this, and this is just coming from a guy who has been hoping for some real change within my own country. The sadness of all of this is the fact that you have two types of people that are in government. It's either the ones that care about what they're doing, but don't have the information to act appropriately with that attempt to do the right thing, and pretty much just tripping over their own toes, unable to get anything accomplished. And then two, you got the ones that are in there serving all those life terms, just making more money, doing nothing. That's the two types of people. All right, we're going to move on to this one. This is similar. This is another video on the exact same thing we just watched, but I'm curious about her take on it, since I haven't watched a video of hers in a while, like a long time.
Over the past couple of weeks, we've all been talking about censorship in the video game industry, but it is happening worldwide and it is brutal. But while we are hearing that the Visas and the MasterCards of the world are able to actually control our entertainment, there is now an executive order that is going against debanking that could make a big difference in our fight. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you
also keep in mind, executive orders can be overwritten by federal judges. That means any federal judge in any state can say, for whatever reason, they don't like what the executive order does, and it can be negated. I doubt any will do so, because it's not an executive order that's stupid. It seems pretty intelligent, and I think any judge that would see that would be like, hey, this should be a potential law. If we had a functioning Senate and Congress. Sadly, we do not. We've got 70 to 80-year-old people who don't know what they're doing.
enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, there is no one-size-fits-all solution to the predicament we find ourselves in.
One size fits all. She's right. There isn't. You cannot please everyone. But if you're being reasonable and smart, you can fix a problem. And sadly, Democrats and Republicans haven't been reasonable or smart since the Bill Clinton administration. And that's, oh boy, that's going all the way back, way into the 90s.
one move isn't going to change the entire landscape when it comes to censorship, but any help is still good and it does still deserve to be talked about. Now, of course, I've been talking a lot on the channel about Visa and MasterCard, but if you don't know, storefronts like Steam and itch.io delisted adult games and made them harder to find, and it seemed that the culprits were Visa and MasterCard. Both platforms said that their decision to pull or de-index certain games was motivated by the fear of losing access to the major payment infrastructures.
The interesting part is about all this is that when Visa and MasterCard did this to Steam and itch.io, which I'm not familiar with, itch, never been there. I use primarily Steam. The fact is, when they did all this, I did not know at the time if they had previous rules that they weren't enforcing with them because they weren't aware of Steam and itch.io having these types of games, or if they did it just because the group from Australia cried out and sent them information. My personal belief on it is, and from what I've seen so far, based on all the information, is Visa and MasterCard have had these pieces of information available in their TOS or their agreements and the contracts they had set up with Steam and itch.io. But MasterCard and Visa have so many providers that they go through, they don't enforce their rules with everyone because they're not aware of it. Because I don't think they have a department that just... these guys are requesting to use our services. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go out there and investigate them and see if they align with what we have set up. I don't think they do that. I think they negotiate a contract, set up the contract, and that's it. But based on what I'm seeing, it seems like they don't enforce it across everywhere because they're not aware of it on every site. Because I just verified here just a few moments ago, they don't do it for Pornhub. They don't. MasterCard and Visa do not supply payment processing through there anymore. So I think what I'm seeing here is something that they did not know was on itch and Steam, and they decided, okay, we're not okay with this, we're enforcing it. And the Karen group just pointed it out to them, giving them the knowledge to know that those games were there and they don't approve of those games. I think just in general, it's sexually explicit material they do not like.
That their storefronts rely on. itch.io went one step further and stated that the responsible party was an activist group known as Collective Shout, which has spent years waging campaigns against games depicting violence against women. Collective Shout later confirmed that it had influenced actions taken by Valve and itch.io after writing an open letter to Visa and MasterCard, but that it did not necessarily ask itch to de-index all NSFW games. Now, they are, of course, using the wording that, oh, they're trying to protect women and they're trying to protect the kids, when really, they're not.
Okay. I will say it before and I'll say it again no matter how many times it takes. This group, Collective Shout, from Australia, and I'll always forget their name because that's how little they matter to me, they have had success with this type of takedown before in their own country, which is Australia. And the bottom line is, I'm curious about the members of this group. Are they actual mothers? Are they actual women with kids trying to get this kind of stuff taken down? Because this is my issue with what's going on with countries and like the United Nations, the United Kingdom passing a law to restrict your ability to talk about migrants and other people and to give your identification to any site you go to that they find as inappropriate. This is my issue. My issue specifically is, why are parents blaming the governments, blaming the companies, blaming everyone else but themselves, and not policing their kids? At some point, and this is just me speaking out my butt, maybe we should just have restricted breeding. Just seems like we might have to go that way at this rate, because some people should not be having kids if this is what's going on. I mean, this is crazy. If we're getting this crazy, we might as well get even crazier.
Not trying to protect anything except their bottom line. They're trying to profit and gain power and control over this industry, and they had fought to attack video games and really get the gaming landscape changed back during Gamergate 1, and they completely and utterly failed, but they're trying it again. Now they see an opportunity, and I don't think that Collective Shout really influenced credit card companies. I believe that this was their plan all along. I guess we don't technically know, but we do know that games were removed, and Collective Shout was one of the responsible parties, one of the factors in this censorship. But we now are actually hearing about this executive order. I had made a couple of posts on it on X. For some reason, I couldn't put the official White House link in my original post, which is mighty suspicious, but this executive order came down today, and it clearly states banking services can't be denied because of protections provided by the Constitution of the United States. It mentions companies have 180 days to remove any
The financial institutions are doing things based on political views and potential, what's the word? Potential. I can't think of the word. It's reputation. There we go. Their potential reputation being on the line for supplying somebody with a service. That's discrimination. But do discriminatory laws apply to consumers? I know they apply in jobs and workplaces, but do they apply the same to a consumer? I'm curious about that as well, because I don't know.
Provisions from their terms of service that mention reputational damage to themselves due to the fact that they must provide all lawful citizens with banking services. Keep in mind that companies like Visa and MasterCard do have it outlined in their terms of service that they can force you to remove any content that they demand that could be damaging to their brand or risk their reputation. So it's a very similar wording, and companies like Visa and MasterCard can no longer deny payment for something that in their opinion lacks artistic value but is legal in the United States of America, which Valve had pointed to their rule that outlines that sales of products or services that are patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value or any other material that the corporation deems unacceptable to sell in connection with a mark are a violation of this rule. So while this executive order was released primarily because of political censorship, we are talking about there being a slew of reasons why this is positive. I mean, creators like me could have previously been targeted, but I'm not going to read this entire thing, though I am going to read the basics of it. Financial institutions have engaged in unacceptable practices to restrict law-abiding individuals and businesses' access to financial services on the basis of political or religious beliefs or lawful business activities.
It went from being about making money to who has the best political stance. That's what we're losing. We're losing the identity of what makes the United States with capitalism. It's no longer about money. There was a time when everyone's green was the same. Now it's about your views. And if your views aren't the same as mine, I'm not going to provide a service to you. That is, don't get me wrong, businesses have the right to refuse services to someone within the United States, but you wouldn't have a business then. Because once they find out you're denying business to somebody, that whole community is just going to look at you and go, we are not buying from you anymore. And then they just go out of business. I've seen it happen a lot. Especially where I live, where small businesses go, oh, well, we're not providing you services because we don't like what your religion is or what your sexuality is. And just turn around and go, you're out of business. Money is money. You can't survive without it. Why are these businesses doing this kind of crazy crap?
Platforms like Steam and itch.io are selling legal content. Therefore, they shouldn't have their ability to sell that content ripped away from them or threatened for it to be ripped away from.
True. Now, this is where the Stop Killing Games initiative is going to come into play. Because now if this bill's already dealing with this issue, not this bill, but this executive order, now we're getting to the EU with the Stop Killing Games initiative, which the entire goal of that is to stop them from taking our games away. at the end of life service. And personally, I believe certain games should be restricted from that. For example, if it's a free-to-play game, no, that should be saved. But if it's a game you paid for in order to play, it needs to have an end-of-life cycle. And like I said, a lot of these businesses don't like it because, number one, it prevents you from buying new games in their thoughts. But no, that's not why we don't buy new games. The reason we don't buy new games is because two reasons. One, you priced it over $80. And two, because the game probably sucks.
From them. Some financial institutions participated in government-directed surveillance programs targeting persons participating in activities and causes commonly associated with conservatism and the political right following the events that occurred or near the Capitol. Talks about that a little bit more, but it says as a result, individuals, their businesses, and their families have been subjected to debanking on the basis of their political affiliations, religious beliefs, or lawful business activities, and have...
Which means we're getting back to anti-Semitism again. Oh my God. Why? Why are people going after Jewish people? I don't understand. What? Oh boy.
Suffered frozen payrolls, debt, and crushing interest, and other significant harms to their livelihoods, reputations, and financial well-being. So it says that it is the policy of the United States that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their constitutionally or statutorily protected beliefs, affiliations, or political views, and to ensure that politicized or unlawful debanking is not used as a tool to inhibit such beliefs, affiliations, or political views.
It's discrimination. And it seems like that's the direction Democrats want to go. They want to switch and make everything about discrimination. I feel like that's where we're going. Boy, oh boy. They're doing everything they can to punish people for the color of their skin. When when it feels like we're getting ahead of it, somebody always finds a way to pull us back because they just want to profit off it.
Banking decisions must instead be made on the basis of individualized, objective, and risk-based analysis. The term politicized or unlawful debanking refers to an act by a bank, savings association, credit union, or other financial services provider to directly or indirectly adversely restrict access to or adversely modify the conditions of accounts, loans, or other banking products or financial services of any customer or potential customer on the basis of the customer's or potential customer's political or religious beliefs or on the basis of their lawful business activities. So, one of the major sections, actually, that I think is so very important is that removing reputational risk and politicized or unlawful debanking within 180 days of the date of this order, so August 7th, each appropriate federal banking regulator shall, to the greatest extent permitted by law, remove the use of reputation risk or equivalent concepts that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking, as well as any other considerations that could be used to engage in such debanking from their guidance documents, manuals, and other materials, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm not going to read this entire thing because it is very long and I think that you get the gist of it, but it doesn't specify payment processors, though it does say banking and financial services, and you'd think that that would cover processors. It might come down to the point where it doesn't specify someone has to sue, but this seems to give people the grounds to do so. And while Visa and MasterCard are just payment processors, now there's a big wall they'd face if they demand things can't be purchased with their cards, because MasterCard can't tell a bank that they can't process payments for games on Steam or something like OnlyFans. They have to now. Or for...
I'm curious. They don't provide those services for Pornhub, but do they provide them for OnlyFans? Are we getting into the same situation we got with Twitch and YouTube, where they choose when and where to enforce their TOS or agreements? Holy crap. It doesn't matter where it's at, what platform, what business, what company. They pick and choose how they want to enforce their own rules.
For a political figure that's been banned from basically every bank. They can't do that now. If a bank refuses to process someone's payment and they say MasterCard has a terms of service, well, regardless of that, you have to process it. I don't know the difference of how they are treated versus banks. I don't know the exact regulations they have to follow that banks, do have to follow or vice versa, but I believe a lot of what applies to banks does also apply to processors as well. Maybe not everything, but a heck of a lot. And also remember, this is just an executive order and it needs to be passed as legislation through Congress to stay in. Its purpose was primarily to protect gun rights and right-wing politicians and commentators first, but it could also result in hopefully protecting anyone's right to banking services, no matter what they are doing, as long as it is lawful, which could be phenomenal for gamers. And I did post about this over on social media. I know a lot of people are also sharing it. I highly recommend you do as well. Get as many eyes on it as possible. But people are also discussing how it does matter even to those outside of the United States. It specifically impacts banks and payment processors by a broad definition of what is politicized or unlawful to banking, giving affected clients and authorities grounds for legal action. This could be, just really good overall. Even gaming aside, right? For a creator like me, for example, I could be censored based on my discussions about this topic and how much I've been covering it. Visa and MasterCard could rip away your ability to press the super thanks button or super chats in live streams. And now I have one more layer of protection like so many other creators do. So many political creators or just
well, that layer of protection won't be enforced until 180 days for some places, 60 days for others, based on what the executive order sets up. So, I mean, come on. 180 days to enforce something? That is insane. This is why nothing gets done.
Conservatives in general. Now, I did post about how it was insane that I couldn't put the White House link in the original post. I haven't tried it again since to make another post about it, but yeah, that was really suspicious. And a lot of people are saying things like, I can't think of anything more damaging to the reputation of a payment processor than a payment processor deciding what I can and can't do.
Well, if you all like to hear a fancy story, it happened with Amazon. Amazon straight up banned one of its own customers from all its services because in the privacy of their own home, they said a racial slur. And the weird little machine that you can talk to that Amazon makes heard the word, they heard the word, and proceeded to ban them. Literally. So you don't even have full control of the machine. Nope. You say something and you're connected to the internet, they will send it over and they'll ban you. Of course, Amazon got a lot of blowback and eventually took the ban down. But yeah, they will do this. They will not hesitate.
With my own money. Yep. And of course, Valve and itch.io, they still do not have to sell this content. For years, I've talked about how Valve has censored certain developers and removed certain content from their platform, so they could just go back to doing that, but at least we would know that there is a protection in place and it is on their end. They can no longer blame the Visas and MasterCards if they do end up censoring certain content. Love him or hate him, this is a massive freaking W. JP Morgan is the true enemy here. They hold the money. It sounds like we've won, but I'll wait until we hear more. Yeah, I would not say that this is like a total sweeping success and that this is the only win that we needed. I think it's one piece of the puzzle, though, and it is a very large and important piece. Wow, I didn't put it together when I first heard about this executive order, but I believe your interpretation and analysis is correct. This is awesome news. Damn, it feels good. In other words, no more censorship for globalists being enforced by the bankers on American soil. Excellent news. 180 days is too long for banks to get their terms.
Correct. It is way too long. They're literally giving them a potential out. And it's crazy to me that they get that much time. That just goes to show me that even with an executive order, it takes this long to put it into effect. And that's just ridiculous. We need good, wholesome change now. Not, well, we're going to take our 100 days off and then we'll come back and decide if we're going to do this.
order. That's what you give government institutions. They should have been given 30 days to get their shit together. I do agree, but at the same time, I still think what stands in this executive order is extremely important. And like, I'm not going to sit here and nitpick over a couple more days. I think that it's good that we got this in general. So I will, of course, be keeping my eye on the situation, and I'm sure covering it more in the future. But right now, creators can't have funding sources ripped away from them over political opinions deemed damaging, and it seems that companies like Visa and MasterCard can no longer deny payments for something that, in their opinion, is offensive or lacks artistic value, and they cannot use the excuse that it's because of reputational risk. And as long as something is lawful, you have to allow people to buy it. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
I don't think a dislike helps with ratios for videos, because, I mean, it's still an option. Quite literally. All right. Oh, what's this? Okay, now we're getting to more Pegasus again with his latest videos on, well, the Ethan Klein H3H3 Productions lawsuits. And don't get me wrong, I've been watching it from Frogan every time he wants to smite us with a flashbang. And the whole Hassan Orbiters and Denim, I mean, they all turned on each other like crazy.
Welcome back to a series so bananas. Even Donkey Kong subscribed. In today paid chatter, bro. You cannot tell me that actual
Going back.
continue to get absolutely cooked. Ethan continues to absolutely destroy iDubbbz, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe to achieve all of your dreams. Pegasus guaranteed. Back to you, Jellywig.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan calling out SlopTubers. Hassan calls out the SlopTuber industrial complex that makes videos about him. I wonder who he could be talking about, guys. Also says that Turkey Tom is an unsavory fellow.
Who the heck is Turkey
I'm a
Tom?
big fan of some of the streamers, YouTubers who talk shit about you, and I finally decided to check your content myself and was amazed to see how many things they just flat out lied about and how we actually align politically, and I can't believe I was listening to them about you for so long. Love your content. Hell yeah. Welcome to the fight. You're one of us now. There are many people like you in this community. Don't worry. You are surrounded by people who also initially made up their minds on who I am and what I represent, because there is a steady flow. It's also weird being a Turkey Tom fan and Hassan fan simultaneously, because it was definitely crazy. I mean, yeah, that dude is, I think, like, I don't really know too much about him, but he seems to be an unsavory fellow. I feel like a lot of those guys just rehash Reddit comments basically, and then they just like make a YouTube video off of that, and then they just like fucking, you know, collect the dollars because they're rewarded with like millions and millions of views for doing that over and over again, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I don't know who
Pretty
could
much.
possibly be doing that. That would be really bad, guys. If somebody made an entire series about Hassan, wow. Anyways, first off, that's gotta be like a paid chatter, bro. You cannot tell me that actual human beings are this stupid. So this person went to Hassan's stream and said, oh, I actually agree with all your opinions. So, okay, you just agree with the terrorist support, huh? I've always said this. You guys are free to go to Hassan, watch all of his content, and form your own opinions. In fact, if you go to Hassan's stream,
Even if those opinions are stupid and have no basis in logic and reality. Because everyone is deranged apparently and thinks reality doesn't apply.
you will end up hating him 10 times more, because then you won't just be seeing the few clips that I'm showing you. You will see how this guy is terminally regarded 10 hours a day, every single day. Also, where did Turkey Tom come from? Like, he hasn't made a single Hassan video in ages on both of his channels, so I guess he talked about iDubbbz a bit, but that's not really Hassan, is it? Also, I love how Hassan is absolutely terrified to actually mention me. He will describe me to an absolute T, but not say my name. And I feel like the reason is that he doesn't even want a slight chance that somebody from his audience actually clicks on one of my videos and then actually opens their mind, right? Actually realizes that, hey, the guy
Opens their mind. All I can think about is that meme with the dude wearing glasses where he goes, psh, and fireworks come out of his head. Or the one with the cat where the dude put the thing on its head and it just leaned back. He's like, the prophecy is real.
Watching is an actual freak. People responded, what exactly does Hassan produce? Nothing. Literally nothing. He's calling other people slop tubers. Literally has no valuable content at all except propaganda, I guess. Bet you...
Hassan in his own right is a slop tuber. Just on Twitch, so a sloppage? A sloppage? Yeah, I think that applies to him. I mean, he's reacting to political content and sourcing out his own opinion on it to an audience that wants to hear his opinion. For all intents and purposes, what he's calling slop tubers, he's also doing on Twitch. It's the same thing.
This guy didn't watch all his content was someone who leaned politically to the side or just went by the YouTube content, which I doubt will show his worst offenses. Absolutely, it's basically somebody who's like, well, actually, Hassan is on my side of politics, therefore I should just blindly support him. There's two things here. Hassan is obviously mad that every single slop tuber gets more views than he does. It is really embarrassing, not gonna lie. Hassan has never fully recovered from getting cooked by Willie Mack in their debate, which is why he amplified his docs the other day. Hassan's entire ideology is based off of Reddit comments. Anyways, moving on.
I'm trying to understand why people such as Hassan, who come from well-off families, never had to worry about money on a day-to-day basis, suddenly become socialists. I'm trying to understand why these kids, why these people become socialists. I don't get it. It's baffling to my mind how they go from that to socialist. How? The only thing I can think of is because they're impressionable and young, that before they were able to take any time to do any research on their own, they gave up on that. And because of that laziness, when they went to college, they got indoctrinated by a professor. That's the only explanation I could come up with. Now, I don't know if Hassan is a college graduate, but if he is, then that would probably prove my point even further.
On to him crashing out over Asmongold and Destiny. Hassan thinks Destiny led content creators like Asmongold down the pro-Israel path. Also says that Destiny is obsessed with him, and history will vindicate him like it always does.
I'm neither pro-Israel or pro-Gaza or pro-anything. I'm not pro-anything when it comes to the Middle East. The Middle East, since I was a kid, going all the way back to the 90s, all I have heard over and over and over in the news is the Middle East. Terrorist attacks here. People attacked here. Tribe wiped out here. People killed here. Over and over and over again. All they do out there is keep killing each other on a day-to-day basis. It's not the groups. It's not the tribes. It is these individual people who form these weird ideologies, forming their own opinions on their religion and then pushing it out in an extremist way and killing other people for it when they don't agree. That's all I see, and I'm just so sick of it. I'm so sick about hearing about the Middle East on the news. It's why I try to tune it out. But you get these people who fight over what to support, and honestly, stop supporting anything involving the Middle East. Let them handle themselves and keep it secluded to their own countries. And then let them just wipe each other out. And then when we come back, if there's anybody left, cool. I don't want to hear any more about it. I don't want to see it. It's not a way of thinking I want to have, but I don't know what else to do. We can't keep up the same back and forth proportional response that we have. And all it does is divide our own countries based on people's opinions. And then they become extremists and push for revolutionary ideas, and it gets even further out of control. And it's young, impressionable people who keep getting pushed down these ideologies. It's not good for anybody. I say just let them do their own thing, leave them be, and just come back later and see how they're doing.
guys. What are you talking about?
And there were people like the Spest that were watching, like the Spestity that we're watching here, that took advantage of that lack of knowledge that people had and basically farmed them for a year and a half. Okay, farmed them for a year and a half. And so many other delusional, moronic content creators who don't know anything about politics, who just basically are at the mercy of whatever their fucking subreddits tell them, literally went along with it. It's like,
that's not true at all. I've seen a majority of the supposed right-winger streamers out there that are sharing their opinions, and they're quite valid and logical. When I watch leftist streamers, they just jabber on with no point and no provided evidence whenever they're discussing something. And then their whole chat goes, yeah, that's so true, and just floods it. I've seen the majority of the right-wing streamers, as they call them, I've seen and watched their chats play out. Their literal chats are trolling them to give them weird answers. And they don't take what they say that crazy serious. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me that things are getting this crazy over the Middle East. That this is the boiling point that we've reached.
Asmongold. Another one is Mudahar. These guys do not do their own reading. They do not.
Mudahar doesn't really talk about that stuff much. The only thing I've seen him talk about is like new things for Linux, the T app, and just things about massive security leaks with identity theft from companies who lose people's information. I mean, I've never seen Mudahar go full political with anything. But then again, I don't watch a lot of his videos. Maybe he just he has said stuff.
Not even think for themselves. They just want someone to think for them, and they're convinced by, I guess, Pestini's ramblings. He's still obsessed. I mean, I know, of course, he's still fucking obsessed. What do you mean? He hasn't.
Destiny seems to hate everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. He doesn't like Hassan. He doesn't like Asmongold. He doesn't like Denim. He doesn't like Casatron. He doesn't like anybody on any side of any political side. I think he's just got a lot of anger and he's taking it out on people.
Doesn't stop, bro. I literally found him on YouTube. He's talking about you. Of course he fucking is still obsessed. What are you talking about? Why would he stop being obsessed? For years and years.
Okay, buddy, first off, you're the one farming Israel-Palestine. This is facts, alright? And the longer the war goes on, the more money Hassan Piker makes. You can tell where his intentions are actually at. And dude, I love how the chatter says, I hate D, and you just automatically know what it means. They're talking about Destiny. Like, in Hassan's chat, you have to legitimately talk in hieroglyphics. Like, I hate E, guys. I hate D, I hate A. It's like Ethan, Destiny, and Asmongold or whatever. I mean, why ban it if you're gonna talk about them anyways, bro? You're like a drug addict. You just cannot stay away, man. You have an addiction. Just face it. And by the way, we are not actually terrified of discourse on this channel, at least. I don't ban the word Hassan from my comments. Feel free to mention him. That's the difference. We actually allow people to voice their opinions here. And this guy has some terminal Destiny derangement syndrome, bro. He thinks that everybody who hates on him gets their opinions from Destiny. Like, you're completely schizo, bro. Our arguments are completely separate from him. Obviously, you can see that from the content and decide for yourself. Also, it would be impossible. I don't even watch Destiny, nor do a lot of the other people criticizing you. Ethan obviously doesn't like him either. And I noticed how he's trying to jump on the Mudahar drama randomly. Like, he doesn't usually cover that stuff, but he just...
There's a Mudahar drama claiming he lied about being an engineer. Who gives a crap? He lied about being an engineer. Why is that important? Like, I've seen entire videos of his dedicated to that one talking point. And I'm just looking at him like, it's not a pirate software situation where he's continuously done sketchy crap over and over and over and been caught at every turn with it. Mudahar, I haven't seen doing that amount of stuff. So I'm not on that Mudahar hype train. Now the pirate software train, I'll definitely get on that because, man, the amount of sketch that he's been doing, oh boy.
Just wants to take the heat off of himself and basically clown on somebody else. But don't worry, we're pretty focused here, pal. You're not getting away with this.
The funniest thing that these guys were able to, like, try to champion was the idea that, like, I'm obsessed. This motherfucker did hundreds of videos on me for like 6 years at this point. That's all he has. I'm the reason why he's, despite being a fucking deadbeat dad, I'm the reason why he's able to fucking pay his child support, dude. His community at this point does not have any sort of like decipherable politics. They just straight up are like, fuck Hassan. Whatever Hassan is on board with, we're against. It is a very strange phenomenon. I don't know how people who fancy themselves to be like intellectuals or enlightened or educated, who unironically...
If you believe yourself to be enlightened, please seek help. If you're an intellectual, please make sure you're doing your proper research. Because being intelligent does not equate wisdom. And enlightenment does not make you intelligent.
Shit on conservatives are being so fucking stupid, have developed their own QAnon movement against a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, at least QAnon is this grand design that these psychotic Republicans believe about like deep state pedophilia or something. You have literally designed your own QAnon for a motherfucking Twitch streamer, dude. There is a reason why so many of these people never actually take the next step, take the next leap, and actually come in here and see what I have to say without any sort of fucking guardrails. Okay, they can't entertain it, because if they did, if they actually questioned their intellectual grandfather here, who is a fucking sex pest, they would find out that he's just been lying to them for fucking years, nonstop. It's okay. History has and will continue to vindicate me.
Lamau, history has never vindicated Hassan. It literally never has. I hate to keep playing the Russia-Ukraine clip, but it's so perfect, man.
We did it successfully. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen. Like I said, it was never gonna fucking happen.
Now, apparently, he also posted his comment on his Instagram.
Jeez.
NPR, CNN, and now this. Why don't they do their research on Hassan? Ethan and Willie Mac have videos out there that look up and see who Hassan really is. L-Take did not mention more Pegasus, but I'll take it. Hassan responded, "This is the funniest comment I've seen on a video in a long time, demanding adults at NPR, CNN, and The Daily Show watch SlopTubers to develop their opinions on a political commentator, such as myself, of course. Hassan, you're so cool, man. You're so above us all. You're definitely not a SlopTuber. You're a political commentator, a journalist, an on-the-ground journalist, guys. What journalism do you do? Hello, Mr. Houthi. Have you seen One Piece? Brilliant journalism by Hassan once again. Newsflash, Hassan, you aren't a political commentator. You're a political drama propagandist, and you shouldn't be taken seriously. Ultimate copium. The idea that Hassan pictures himself as somehow above these people is always funny. He legitimately thinks he's a god, bro. I don't know who has like filled his head to this level of delusion. You're the slop, Hassan. Moving on to Mike from...
And yet, people still watch him. They do. People just come in and they watch it.
PA. Quick reminder, he got banned from Twitch for saying this about Jews.
It is Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
Ladies
Oh yeah, and Tectone's having a meltdown about it. Like, really? A week and 4 days? Really? I get banned for 2 weeks for calling someone fat.
Gentlemen, Mike from PA unbanned on Twitch after 7 days. 1 week, 4 minutes, and 14
Oh, only 1 week, 4
So,
minutes.
This guy literally said Jews are a demonic ethnicity, and he got a 7-day ban. Tectone called Frogan fat, and he got a 2-week ban. You cannot make this shit up. It is actually crazy. At this point, I'm fully comfortable saying that Twitch is an anti-Semitic platform. They are straight up. There is no excuse for this. They know exactly what is going on. It is time to call a spade a spade. I'm sure he learned his lesson, but calling a fat person fat is 2 weeks. Twitch sucks. He's back and we
It's why I don't use Twitch anymore.
Absolutely diabolical.
I refuse to.
So when is action going to start being taken for this? They did the action. A week, of course. Isn't that enough? I've seen a lot of people get away with crazy things on Twitch in the last year or so, but this one crosses a line that I'm not willing to accept. Legit angry right now. The hypocrisy is banning other streamers for straight up laughable.
Here's the problem. And this is the problem that you're going to see until proper action is taken. People just keep doing the same thing over and over. They go to Twitch, they voice their anger, and then that's it. Nothing happens after that. It's just a lot of online talking and a lot of online hijinks with no real attempt at trying to fix the issue. That's it. That's all you get. You posted on Twitch, you posted on Facebook, you posted on Reddit, you did wherever you needed to get your anger out, and then after that you did nothing. And then you just come back a week later with the same thing because you saw something you didn't like, and you post it again. If you really want to call it hypocrisy, if you really want to call it a spade is a spade, just try to make an actual change happen. Me, the change that I did, I just quit Twitch. It doesn't impact them in any way, but for me, I just stay off it. I have a Twitter, but I don't engage on it. It's just there strictly for business reasons. Never going beyond. I keep it strict. And if you're not going to be part of the solution, and I'm not saying part of the solution means you're part of the problem. If you're not going to be part of a solution, then just stay out of the way.
Offenses for longer than 1 week, and then letting this clown come back after a week is an insult to the entire Twitch user base's intelligence and advertisers alike. Amazon, JP Morgan, where are you at with shutting this shit down? I think we need another adpocalypse. Listen, I'm sorry for all of the other—
That's actually one of the solutions I said should happen. Twitch needs another adpocalypse. The ad revenue that they're getting from the ad providers who see this Hassan content and Caseytron and Denim, and of course Frogan, and of course a few others that I'm not aware of, they have to pull out again. It's the only way to get any kind of real change. You got to hit them where it hurts, in the pockets.
Other smaller Twitch streamers who are just trying to make a living, who are going to be affected by this because of people like Hassan and the Orbiters and Mike from PA. But come on, this is some fucking disgusting bigot shit, and this needs to be handled, all right? There needs to be a movement of people sort of emailing these advertisers or just letting people know that this is not okay to do. They are just making this stuff mainstream. Note to self, dehumanizing an entire race and blatant anti-Semitism is a 7-day ban on Twitch. And I'm just trying to think, what would happen if—
Let me give you an example. The NFL, when it punished Deshaun Watson, was back and forth about how they were going to do it, going through different systems to determine how they were going to ban or punish him. Over and over and over. And I can tell you, no company, no organization ever enforces things on equal terms between everybody. Because how long ago was that Tectone ban when he called Frogan fat? How long ago was that? Because if it was years, Twitch probably goes through staff like crazy. None of that current staff that's on them probably knows about their 2-week ban on it. They probably know nothing about it. They probably know about the most recent ban they did on him, where it was just a week. And they're like, 7 days seems fair. Let's do that. Also, to be clear, a week is not 7 days. A week is 5 days. That's why we call it a weekend. At least I'm pretty sure about that. I don't think a week is 7 days. It's a week-long process. That means Monday through Friday. That's why they say business days are Monday through Friday. Non-business days are Saturday and Sunday.
you said this about another group of people, right? I feel like it'd be a straight up permaban, no? Mike from the Reich is back, but with the strike. Should have been at least a 30-day ban. Come on, it should be a permaban for that. That is like straight up. Also considering the wider context of him threatening violence on people, putting bounties on people, like actual threatening to, you know, violently hurt people. Ethan should bleed from the mouth and stuff. Like that deserves a permaban. So anyways, Asmongold responded,
a week off and he can just fucking relax and chill out, man. And, you know, because again, now all the eyes are going to be on him. The moment that he does anything else wrong, he's going to get suspended again instantly. Everybody's going to talk about it. And at that...
Yeah, that's actually true because Twitch did that to Asmongold. And then proceeded with WoW, with Activision Blizzard. They did it to him twice. Falsified bans.
Point it's going to bring this up again, and Twitch will probably permaban him if he does it again. Realistically, or they'll give him a 1-month suspension, right?
Yeah, I don't know what Asmon is smoking here, but they definitely ain't doing that. If Hassan is any indication, they don't give a single shit about enforcing rules fairly at all. They are massive hypocrites, and I feel like this is being way too optimistic. I feel like if this happens again, he'll get maybe a 1-week, 1-day ban, or a 2-week ban. He's never getting permabanned, all right? Now,
More Pegasus actually needs to go back in time and look at it because Asmon's actually right. Because this is what Twitch has done. if you're a repeat offender of certain things, you do get put on a blacklist. It's what Twitch does. They deny the existence of the blacklist, but they do this. They do it to specific people. If you've done it once, you do it again, they'll nail you again. It happens all the time. For example, when I used to play Elden Ring, I liked to move my save. I would take one save, set it to the side as a backup, put my regular save back in its folder, and each time I would swap out saves, each time I swapped out the saves, I apparently was getting checked by From Software. And because they saw me swapping out the saves, they immediately banned me because you're not allowed to do that. I did not know you were not allowed to swap out your own saves to create a backup save. Because when I would have basically, here's what ended up happening. I would create a save specifically to act as a cash cow for my items, and I would just keep items on there, and then when I needed them back, I put the new save, the backup save, back into the new save in order to re-add them, and then go back, pull it again, and put back in my current save. Because I did that, I got banned. And then after that, I never did it again, and then proceeded after the 180-day ban. I come back to play Elden Ring again. 6 months later, I get banned again, because here's what happened. When I was loading the game, it kept telling me I had exited the game too early because of a crash when I was in co-op. And right after that, when I was co-oping, helping some shield bros against Radon, I come back, and when I'm attempting to log in, I get another 180-day ban. They're watching. And you can't get them to pull the ban because they won't. And this is the biggest problem, is that only big YouTubers or big Twitch streamers can get any kind of work done on Twitter to get their bans pulled, because their community goes in outrage and goes and telling at YouTube or at Twitch, hey, what are you doing? Why are you banning them? Blah, 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 over and over. You can't do anything about it. Once you've done something, you get blacklisted. These companies do this. They keep the information safe. They're not dumb. And that's the other thing is, like I said, I believe older with Twitch, based on how they've acted with bans, they strictly don't have the same staff that they had before. So they don't remember any of Tectone's bans or any of the previous bans that he'll have. Asmon is right, because he's experienced this before, and it's shown. You do one thing again, you get banned even longer. They've done this. This is a trend of Twitch. They've done this numerous times, where they'll automatically give you a 30-day ban, or they give you a 90-day ban, and they keep increasing it based on how many times you're going to keep doing this. They do it all the time. And they specifically will just target you because you already committed one act, and then that's it. Why do you think Tectone got banned twice? He was already on the blacklist the first time. Asmongold got banned, and then got banned again. He was on a blacklist. These lists do exist. They know based on the information. But the newer people don't know some of these people's previous instances where they bypassed them, and they got banned again, and they don't know. I just personally think it's just either older staff or new staff, and you get selectively chosen based on who dealt with the ban the first time. Because I saw it happen with Activision Blizzard with Asmon. He got banned once because people were flagging his chat because of something that happened, because someone was pissed at him, and he got banned. Then he proceeds to come back, and he decides to test if the ban actually is something with the flag system. So he asked his entire group that he had to just randomly just report his one message, and then he got banned again. These things are real. Now, according to what I understand with the Activision Blizzard situation, though, that was an automated system that automatically bans you if you're flagged too many times with a single message. It doesn't pay attention to what the message is, what it says, it just auto bans you.
Not as long as Gunnar Dan Clancy is running this goddamn platform. Also, my question is, why does Mike from PA get a second chance when he hasn't even apologized? Like, where is his apology for saying that? Like, at least you need to show some level of remorse to be allowed back on the platform.
Sadly, you wish that was the case, but I can give you a fine example. In the NBA, there's a certain NBA star, I'm not going to name his name, who flashed a gun in a public place and then flashed the gun over on social media. He did this more than once, more than twice, 3 separate times. Each time the commissioner gave him a ban or fined him. He then had a meeting with the commissioner of the NBA and told him, I regret what I did, I won't do it again, and proceeds to do it again. And then again. There's an old saying, money doesn't make you more. Money doesn't make you more. Well, I forget the saying. I'm terrible at this. All I know is that money doesn't make you more of what you. Actually, no. I'm so stuck on the saying. What the heck was that old saying? You know what? I'll think about it and come back to it. Troll session.
Platform. He didn't have to do shit. He can just continue spewing his hateful bullshit, right?
He's made multiple physical threats towards multiple different streamers. He made it towards me. He made it towards Ethan. And he did it towards Destiny also. He should have been permabanned a long time ago. And I think that the reality is that if there was a right-wing person who was saying the same things that Mike from PA was saying, they would be permanently banned. And it wouldn't even be close. Like, they'd be instantly banned. And so I think that's what really makes a lot of people mad, is the asymmetrical nature of it. And I think that's not going scorched earth. Well, I think that we'll see what happens whenever he comes back on stream, right? And we'll see how things go.
Hello, Dane Clancy here. I heard my buddy Mike from PA has actually been unbanned. He was actually on vacation with me this whole past week. We booked a hotel in Japan. We had a joint gooning session.
Oh my
for
God.
Lovely Hamas Piker, of course. In fact, I let him borrow my special gooning rag. It was quite delightful, actually. You know, I really look up to Mike. He's quite the fella. He shares my passion for terminal simping. We do get along quite well. Anyways, Dan Clancy out. Dude, I have a VPN. I don't know how Dan Clancy is getting in my goddamn room, taking over.
Dan Clancy. That sounds like that game director. The Dan Clancy games? I think they were they Call of Duty? I know a Dan Clancy was involved in games.
Over my recording like this, man. Dan, get the hell out of here, you stinky flippin' mother flipper. Anyways, responding to Asmund there, I don't think it's like necessarily the politics here. Maybe it is, I don't know. Or the fact that, you know, he's a Hassan orbiter, so he gets like special protection. Or the fact that, you know, maybe just, you know, Twitch is like super anti-Semitic, so they just love him for that. Either way, it's a horrible look for Twitch, right? So I feel like we need to spread the word, all right? Twitch does another fucking stupid ass decision. Everybody needs to know about this and needs to know that if you're ever considering starting your...
Now I remember. Money doesn't make you more of what you already were. It just makes you more of what you were already. So just because, like, a fine example of this is Antonio Brown from the NFL. His downfall was entirely orchestrated by him. And he kept trying to get more money. And each time, he just kept making it worse for himself. And the more money he got, the worse he got. So, yeah. Pretty sure I made that saying wrong. But the point is, it's just what this situation is.
Career on Twitch, you're probably better off going to YouTube or Kick. Even Kick, I will promote Kick over Twitch at this point. And I'm telling you, Twitch is going down in the next few years. Mark my words. As long as Dan Clancy stays CEO, Twitch is not completely fucked. Moving on to Caseytron.
It probably isn't.
I got a message on Instagram about some Caseytron clips, right? And apparently she was being super smug about the lawsuit. She was like calling viewers, asking them about legal advice.
Legally, do you think I'll be okay?
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. You know,
Caseytron, she she's something special. I'll admit that. She's something special. Every time I've seen her, just something special.
I think, like...
Where's the bong?
I don't know what he really has on you, to be honest. Like, what you smoke, who cares?
Like,
Did I just hear a fart? Did I seriously just hear a fart? Pretty sure I just heard a freaking fart.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. You know, I think, like... I don't know what he really has on you, to be honest. Like, what you smoke, who cares?
That was a fart. You can't convince me that was the noise from a chair. Okay, right.
Like, I smoke weed. Why has my weed addiction been weaponized against me so much?
Well, at least she admits it's an addiction, but, like, what? I'm still of the firm belief weed should not be something that people can smoke as a recreation. I just don't. Anything that makes you high as a kite and makes it so you're under the influence of something makes you a threat to society. Because when you're under that kind of influence, you can't make rational decisions. I mean, I'm not a big fan of that. I only believe in prescriptions being provided for weed. That's just where I stand on it. Being able to smoke weed as a recreation just so you can have the highest kite of your life is not healthy, man. It's just not.
Much. Like, this is crazy. Like,
No, it's true. Like, I don't know.
have you ever seen weed weaponized against a person? Like, you've seen these incel
Wait, what?
freaks weaponize it against me.
But no one's weaponized weed in this as part of the case. She's being sued because of her pulling up Ethan Klein's videos for H3H3 Productions, putting them on full blast for her entire chat to watch, and then she leaves the room for the entirety of the video and then comes back and then proceeds to laugh because she got away with only giving him her one view while that entire chat there was giving her all those views, thus robbing Ethan of all that ad revenue towards his video. It's called the empty chair. I mean, Hassan's doing it, Caseytron's doing it, Denim's doing it, and of course Frogan's doing it. They've all done it. You had to meet a very specific criteria within Ethan Klein's lawsuit to get sued. You had to. The transformative content was the reason for this suit.
Legal advice, honestly, just don't say things that you're not supposed to say online.
What am I not supposed
What I'm not supposed to say. Whatever your lawyer instructs you not to say. If Caseytron, and from what I understand, she has gotten a lawyer maybe, I'm not sure, but if she has, your lawyer, whatever they tell you on the list, don't talk about, you don't talk about. It's that simple. It's not difficult. She's asking random people for legal advice, but if she's doing this must mean she doesn't have a lawyer, though. That's a safe assumption to make, because I know Frogan got a lawyer at the last second. Denim got her lawyered up instantly.
Handled everything like gracefully and perfectly so far. So
I'm very graceful.
Keep ignoring the incels. That's all I want to say. And
She just ate something and there was another fart sound. I don't know if this is a more Pegasus edit or if this is just her like mocking that eating like this in front of people and then farting is some kind of non-fat shaming, I assume.
yeah, just lawyer up as soon as you can if you can, and
Oh gosh, she hasn't lawyered up. Okay, well, confirmed.
This will go away in a second. He has no basis for any of this, like
I
literally.
mean, she literally went out into a park, poured salt around her, and tried to pray away, or whatever it is she did, chant away Ethan Klein's lawsuit against her. With magic.
Literally.
You hear that, Ethan Klein? You have no basis.
Dude, what is the average IQ of a Caseytron viewer? You gotta tell me. Holy shit, you're not.
You're talking about everybody that's considered a Hassan orbiter. They didn't get that nickname for nothing.
Being sued for smoking weed. That would be a pretty ridiculous lawsuit.
Yeah, she's not being sued for that.
Support Ethan for that either. This is a copyright lawsuit. I love how nobody ever talking about this lawsuit ever mentions that. Even iDubbbz in that little promotion he did, he's like, well, yeah, just go support them. It's a bad lawsuit from this rich guy just trying to bully these women and minorities. Like, mention the fact that it's a copyright lawsuit. Actually mention the offense. That's like saying, oh yeah, the police arrested this criminal. You gotta set him free. What did they do? Oh, they actually killed somebody. Like, that changes the context of the situation, obviously. He absolutely does have basis for the lawsuit. He literally laid out the facts in the video as well. I'm sure there was like some other legal arguments as well, but even in the video he showed us specific examples where people like D&D were basically like, hey, give me a prime, you know, I want to monetarily profit off this video. Make sure you don't watch it there, you know, watch it on my stream here.
Yep,
you know,
that's exactly what they did.
And shit like that, which is a malicious infringement of copyright. Also, the case was examined by actual attorneys as well, and they also said that he's very likely to win. So this is basically how you ruin your life, right? When you're this level of delusional and you're in this massive echo chamber where everybody's just basically supporting you and saying Yas Queen, right? Now again, the old Casey-tron defense is, I'm trolling, guys. My entire life is actually a troll, but obviously the tears were not a troll. The lawsuit is very real, and so is your current lawyer now that you're sharing with D&Ds. So this next part, we truly
Oh, she's sharing with D&D. Okay.
Casey viewer and how they operate, and I feel like the most shocking part about all of this is the fact that she actually has viewers who don't seem to be bots, guys. These are actual real people who choose to spend their time, you know, spend their limited amount of life watching Casey-tron. That's gotta be, god damn it, you could not waterboard that information out of me, and here you are admitting it publicly.
I just want to say, in my opinion, and this is my opinion because I don't want him to sue me, but I do think that he has better things to spend his money on. Like, I feel like he's just trying to bully people into submission. Like, I don't understand.
Right. I don't.
It's a level of delusion, but I think her brain cells are all fried from all the weed. Man, it is something to see. Bully people, which means she probably just watched iDubbbz and took it from there. These are people that don't form any valid opinion on anything when it comes to societal situations and issues. They don't do any research, they don't look into anything, and they never admit that they don't know. I admit when I don't know. All the freaking time if I have no clue. I don't write it off like it doesn't exist. Oh man. That is an echo chamber of unbelievable proportions.
Oh, no, I am taking this seriously. It may seem like I'm not, but I am taking it seriously.
She went into the middle of a park, poured a salt ring around herself, lit a candle, and then tried to wish it away, the lawsuit. That's what she did. This isn't taking it seriously.
Where I need to, but I don't know. Like, this is crazy.
It's very crazy. It's very aggressive. It's bullying behavior from someone who, I mean, it's 3 women that you're going after.
Right.
Fart sound again. Is she the one doing it? Or is Lord Pegasus adding in the sound effect? Why she got fart sounds in the chat? I don't understand. Like, they're trying to have a serious conversation, as serious as it can be. Fart noise. Our Twitch guys literally just posting, and they get a fart sound emoji when they donate bits or something.
And honestly, like, no offense to
Oh,
Fergan
boy.
and D&Ds, like, they kind of somewhat made sense, you know, because it's like he's been fighting with them back and forth. Like, I just feel like I got thrown in out of nowhere.
No way. No way she threw Frogan and D&Ds under the bus. The absolute dude, Everybody in this thing is completely disloyal. We had Denims completely selling out the H3 Snark mods and essentially allowing Ethan to subpoena, you know, Reddit and Discord.
This is hilarious to see. Everything about this screams to me people that don't have the ability to think for themselves. Oh man, it is something to see, man. It really is. I just can't understand how Casatron's thinking like this. Then again, she smokes enough weed to be so high that she's coughing out of her bong in the middle of a stream. And everyone she's talking, she's getting legal advice from people who don't provide the legal advice. She has a lawyer. The lawyer probably told her, don't say this, don't say that. And she's like, am I not supposed to say that? I'm like, talk to your lawyer. That's what they're there for. What are you paying them for? I'm paying them so that way I don't have to not be high as a kite. Oh
Ethan
boy.
Eventually sue them as well, reveal their anonymous identities. And here we have Caseytron going, yeah, Ethan, you should just pretty much go after Froggen and Denims, right? You know,
Oh, he
no
didn't
offense to
flashbang
them,
us this time.
They kind of deserve it, but just leave me alone, right? And this is what I want to see, you know, them fighting amongst each other. Absolute cinema. This is what I live for, all right? Call me Dr. Evil here, but this is good content. By the way, if you don't know the person she's talking to, the one who looks a little eccentric, that is Alyssa Mercante, another trashy journalist, editor at Kotaku, right? If you're into the video game scene, you definitely know her. From her like horrible video game takes. She had a bunch of controversy, and of course she's on Caseytron's side, right? All the psychos, all the crazies, all looped together in the whole Hassan orbiter. She's basically another Taylor Lorenz, right? A complete hack journalist, right? And this is just the consequences of your own actions, you know? Right, so this next part, they pull their ultimate move. They call Ethan and his supporters incels.
Wasn't a big deal.
I do feel like this is probably just a scare tactic, but you don't really seem like a bitch to get scared.
Right, and that's one thing we've always related on, I feel like, because, you know, you've been through the ringer with the incel freaks, I have as well, and they're all bark, no bite, right? They're all bark.
They can affect.
The fact that they invented a word, and what the hell is an incel? Like, where am I not keeping up with this stuff? A member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile towards women and men who are sexually active. So they're calling the people that are calling them out incels. Even though the one who's calling you out, which is Ethan Klein, is married with kids. How the heck's he an incel?
Your life in negative ways. But you can get through that, and you can get past it, and you can push back against it.
Can I sue them for ableism? Because I do have a medical marijuana card.
Oh, well, then most likely, yeah.
Medical marijuana card, and she just smokes it to get high. Boy, the system is broken in many, many ways.
So you could, like, you might have to explain your case in court.
Bro, what is going on? I mean, ableism is a new defense, I guess. I hadn't heard of that one before. You see, guys, I just needed to smoke 50 times while watching Ethan's video. I'm actually, you know, it was my disability, so it just makes me smoke that many times. So not actually a violation of copyright, guys. This is discrimination against Caseytron, of course. Brilliant defense right there. Also, turns out it was definitely not a scare tactic. The lawsuit is very real. Welcome to the real world, Casey. And this is just the first time I feel like these people are actually facing some level of consequences to their actions, and they just can't handle it. They are just completely breaking down and taking everything as a joke. And they just go really far. This next part, she does a tarot card reading with her viewer. And, you know, I could have guessed that this is like sort of her fan base, but yeah, I mean, I guess the cards just do know everything.
There is a city in Canada where nearly every drug is legal. And we see how it's worked out. There's a video about it, and it was a complete dumpster fire. This is the reason why we have regulations, folks. People like this.
thing, maybe you should read your horoscope as well. Maybe the horoscope should appear for you in court. Just tell the judge, hey judge, I'm actually a Pisces. You know, I'm a Pisces, I'm a Scorpio, I'm a Capricorny. You know, just read your horoscope there and be like, hey, actually, therefore I win the lawsuit. You know, it says that I'm gonna have a good day here. Judge, just can tell it to the horoscope, you know? But anyways, let's see what Casey's future holds.
Point, like everything is so up in the air. I do think that this requires like divine insight of some kind rather than.
Oh my god, are you gonna
advice.
do my tarot reading?
Yes.
Stop! Oh my god.
So,
Okay, cool. No, Ethan, you're in for it because I've got the fucking crystal mamas at my side, and like your downfall, just know that it's been manifested.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. There's no manifestation of this, and the fact she's still trying to say things like that.
Oh, there's gonna be divine retribution. It's coming, and it's going to be severe. 3 cards came out. We have the moon reversed. The truth will be revealed. Okay. We have the death card. The death card.
The end of
is-
his career.
I mean, kind of, because then you have the King of Wands in reverse. Like, he's fallen from his throne. The parallels are insane. Like, I think that overall, like, this is gonna be the start of his downfall. I mean, it's already been going on, but, like, he really messed with the wrong bitch.
Ah, yes, of course. Ethan's downfall
Ah.
has been foretold by the tarot card reading viewer of Casey Tron. Yeah, dude, you can't make entertainment this good, honestly. The amount of fucking nut jobs here. I feel like the tarot card reading isn't really working. Maybe they work in mysterious ways. Maybe it takes a while to work or something. I'm still waiting for Ethan's downfall here. It seems like maybe you read the wrong fortune. Maybe you're actually reading Casey's fortune and the rest of the Sun Orbiters, because that's kind of how it's working right now. But to be fair, this might actually be the most ridiculous thing she's done, because I don't know, she had that whole salt circle she fucking did on her TikTok to ward off Ethan and all the incels. She did like that
There it
circle
is.
from SpongeBob.
Protect us from Ethan Klein. Protect us from his wife. Protect us from that bald man.
So you're telling me Casey Tron's
The
tactic
bald
was
man?
not to listen to her lawyer, but actually listen to random viewers reading her horoscope or tarot cards or whatever the fuck is going on here. No wonder they're losing this case completely. I mean, to be fair, they didn't really stand much of a chance here, but I don't know, man. I kind of like Casey Tron now. She's actually a wonderful character to the series. You never know what she's gonna do next, honestly. She's truly unpredictable. Then they just cry about
Unpredictable would be the
bullying and shit.
understatement of the
This
year.
is like such a, I mean, it's just really odd considering the battle that's already been had around fair use that he has been in the midst of. And also just like to honeypot people like that, it's just like, I mean, don't you have a family? Like, can't you be busy with that life? Like, why are we doing this? It's all just very silly. And it's screwing around with people who don't have the same means, money, or, you know, material.
Right,
that
like he
does.
knows,
And I
he
just
knows
think
that I'm poor.
it's so fucked up.
Yeah, there's actually a saying for this type of stuff. It's called F around and find out. And I just find it interesting. You people have no problem being absolutely horrible to people you even mildly disagree with, trying to ruin their life.
Let's start with the reason why this whole lawsuit came down, which with Ethan Klein. It started very simply with Reddit moderators threatening to take his kids out of this world. 2, threatening CPS on his kids and him. 3, following through on the CPS threats. 4, sending a live human skull to his home address for his kids. The transformative content is just an excuse to get the lawsuit going. And it's revenge. Because he's going after more than just Denim, Casey Tron, and Frogan. He's going after a whole slew of Reddit moderators and Discord moderators for names so he can serve them as well. That's his goal. There's a clear attack plan. He's using the law to empower it and make it happen. And they call it bullying, but they are the ones who instigated the whole thing by being the bullies. So I'm flabbergasted and mind blown by some of the things that these people do, say, and the world that they live in. And just being completely not surprised by the actions they take after they've been served. Like Casatron saying this is Ethan's downfall. There's no downfall. He's still around. Ethan actually had a systemic downfall a few years back when he did something to his own audience and they attacked him for it because of an opinion he had. And when he decided to try to do it, they came right after him, man. It was an ugly, ugly whole year for him, but he's still around.
Legit, like, unashamedly cruel to everyone they don't like. Casey's also the person who's, who routinely implies that Asmon, killed his own mom or whatever, which is insanely cruel to a guy that just lost his mom or whatever, right? So the second it's turned upon you and,
Just lost his mom? I thought Asmongold's mom passed away a long time ago. I could have sworn that. Right now, he's worried about his dad. His dad's currently getting, I believe, cancer treatment.
you just start whining and crying and being like, I'm poor, I need my weed, I'm on disability, this is not fair, I'm broke, whatever. I mean, you just can't have your cake and eat it too. You were being extremely vile and, karma has to come around eventually, right?
There's a funny Cash Cab skit with Eat Your Cake too.
Because this dude is not letting up. He is suing everybody, bro. He's chasing a guy through multiple countries. And if you wanted to know just how clout hungry these people are, you would be thinking that she'd be worried about the lawsuit at this point, right? But no, she's legit sad that she won't be talked about after this, right? She's going to become irrelevant. That is her main concern. And that just shows you what kind of people these people actually are.
Like, these people, they're just in it for the drama. They won't care about me tomorrow.
No, they won't forget about you.
They'll forget about me. Tomorrow they'll be like off, like touching their cucini to Hassan's armpits.
Well, I mean, at least there's some level of self-awareness here that you will actually be completely forgotten after this drama and nobody will ever know your name. I feel like I have made you the most famous possible. Like, Ethan or me have made you more famous than you would ever be, right? So at least you have some level of presence on the internet. You made it into the most legendary series ever created. People die for this, I've heard. People give their lives to appear in a Pegasus video.
Ooh, bless me.
So this can be your legacy. Congratulate yourself. Throw a little party, because after this, nobody's ever gonna know your name ever again. Anyways, moving on.
Unless they play
iDubbbz.
Pegasus
Ethan
list.
wakes up with some more thoughts about iDubbbz after he said he would ignore Ethan going forward. If you missed last video, basically, the chatters were telling iDubbbz to respond to Ethan, and iDubbbz was like, oh, we don't talk about drama. It's a rule in our chat now. We're gonna stay.
iDubbbz I wasn't aware of a while ago, but I just remembered him as the content cop. I watched a few of his videos back then. I might have even been subscribed to him at one point, but man, he's taken a full 180 in a completely different direction from what he used to be. I think a lot of people who make these weird switches is because they marry somebody that just does not fit what they're doing.
Away from those toxic drama guys or whatever, even though he started it, right?
Don't really talk about drama in the stream.
So iDubbbz says, just don't give it any attention. Ethan responds, I can't believe this pathetic worm used to be my friend. He came to my house dozens of times, always warmly welcome. Now he turncoats, makes the most inflammatory hit piece with the most toxic freaks online. He says he quit Creator Clash so he could talk shit to me. This was a charity event, by the way. He said that more parts were coming. Then after a short while of me defending myself, this pathetic bitch boy and his Lady Macbeth, succubus wife, want to be left alone. Oh my god, he's Shakespeare. He's actually Shakespeare. They want to act like they are the victims of some bullying campaign after recruiting all of my enemies and Fortnite dancing, lol, while telling me to wake up and flipping off the camera. You would think this is like a fever dream, right? You would think Ethan Klein is going maniacal and he's hallucinating, but all of this literally did happen. iDubbbz and Ethan.
None of these streamers that are in this extreme left corner that are Hassan orbiters have a wife or kids. And the ones that do were drifters that just got followed over there, because iDubbbz is a perfect example of that. He drifted over into this lane. Ethan, you went after his kids. You don't go after a man's kids. This is why.
Used to be the best of friends, as described by iDubbbz as well, and he went and recruited all of his enemies, got together in this one content comp video, did the Fortnite L dance, and told him to wake up. And yeah, that's all true basically. Well, I'm up, bitch. Now you want to go to sleep? What's wrong, you sleepy bitch? Don't worry, I'll tuck you in. Go to sleep, Ian. It's time to go to sleep. Also, you shit your pants and your breath is wretched. Oh my God, you cannot say this is not cinema. Are you kidding me? Dude, Ethan will go down in YouTube history for this. I have never in my 7 years on YouTube seen this level of absolute villainy. Bro is on a John Wick level mission of absolute revenge. And this series sort of started as a meme. It wasn't even meant to be a series. And I was like, oh, it's never gonna pass like, 10, 15 episodes. But this is like, dude, this is a level of entertainment better than actual TV shows. We got these side characters coming in. We got the tables turning. We got all these plot twists. It's crazy. And I am so thankful that I actually get to be a host, like actually get to report on this. Like, this is amazing.
This is like the Will Smith slap at that awards ceremony. That's what this feels like.
Why can't iDubbbz apologize? Is his brain no work good? I mean, have you seen his head? He is lobotomized.
No, we're good. Oh, I can't get tired of this. This is what they said. Absolute cinema.
Brother, please. What happened to that iDubbbz guy? Mother flipper looks and acts like he's a depressed alcoholic. Please don't compare this guy to a depressed alcoholic. That is insulting to the depressed alcoholic. Ethan is absolutely obliterating him at this point. The iDubbbz trader arc basically gave Ethan one of the greatest layups of all time. Very entertaining to watch. And you guys know where you can watch it. On the Basis channel, baby. Calling Anissa Lady Macbeth is pretty on point in my opinion. The backside by iDubbbz is disgusting. He deserves it all. He absolutely does. I don't think anybody has any sympathy for him. Ethan responds after iDubbbz said his plan of action going forward is to ignore him. I will not be following the same rule for the record. Yeah, you cannot get Ethan off of your ass anymore. Now, Tectone responded as well. Views are rapidly declining if we just look at the numbers here. 7 million to 2 million to 500K to
Well, we saw the same thing with Pirate Software. Like, what the channel that you built your fan base off, and then you suddenly take a full 180 and go a completely different direction. It wasn't even a rebranding. It was quite literally him just going whoop and expecting his audience to accept it. They did not. They did not accept it.
That is so...
That's iDubbbz, by the way.
Bro destroyed his entire career for Hassan. Like, that's crazy. To be this level of a cuck is nuts. He gets cucked by his wife, he gets cucked by his best friend, and the one guy who cared about him, he threw him under the bus. Like, Jesus. You know what the I in iDubbbz stands for? Retarded. Those were 7 million views you did not want to get.
Bro is actually just the ultimate puck. Babe, it...
Every time Hassan has on a other streamer, has another streamer on, and they sit in that chair behind him, they say nothing. They're just sitting there staring and nodding. Are they clout? Is this clout chasing?
It's time for my 4 p.m. OnlyFans photo shoot. Dude, Anissa really just cooked this man's entire life. It's crazy. You know, I would care about him, but I'm not 32 years old yet, so I haven't developed that empathy, obviously. Anyways, we got a lot of more updates. Apparently, Tectone is planning on suing Denims? I didn't know this was gonna happen. I assume it's because she called him a rapist. Tectone hints at potential legal action towards Denims.
And don't worry, Denims. If one lawsuit wasn't enough for you, don't worry, I got something special planned for you, and don't worry, it's coming. It's gonna just be patient, and just maybe we'll be able to go breathe your little head.
Ethan Klein, when he went through these lawsuits, had been prepping for months before, and he led them all into a trap to get them to expose themselves so he could nail them and get them. Tectone sounds like he's going to follow the same logic. He's going to lead them, and then he's going to strike. So I guess we're in for lawsuit number 2.
Out from what happened with Ethan, just don't worry, and don't worry, you'll get your little minions to say, he has nothing, he has nothing. Just wait, because when you realize the truth of everything that you've perpetuated, man, you are gonna look like such a piece of shit. You, Pokemon too. Pokemon too, because Pokemon should be having my back right now according to a Twitter post. But just you wait, everything will make sense soon, and you are gonna look like an asshole. And trust me, I'm not going anywhere, and I won't forget. It's gonna be great, and don't worry, you and your buddies too.
It's going to be an Ethan downfall for them. They're going to downfall to Ethan. I'm trying to understand what Tectone's game plan is. I mean, slander is obvious. You could sue anybody for something slanderous if it damaged your reputation. But I don't think something Denham said affected anything for him financially. But I'm wondering if he's going to take advantage of the same plan that Ethan did, where he leads them for months towards the goal, and then the whole plan comes into fruition when he follows suit.
It's gonna be fun, so keep talking. I'm definitely not saving every time you mention my name. I'm definitely not saving it every time for something that I'm doing at a later date. Please, you and Hassan, please keep on calling me a criminal. Please, it would be great. It really helps, man. It really helps. Let's keep going here.
Wait, what? Did I miss something? Where did Pokemon come from? I mean, it seems like he has a bunch of lawsuits planned in a couple months against a bunch of people. I don't know if he's on that Ethan Klein level revenge arc, but it seems like he is. Another lawsuit against Denims I would absolutely welcome.
A man's kids were threatened. CPS was called against him. A skull was sent to his house. Ethan has every right to be on a revenge arc. He's pissed. He's mad, and everything is coming full circle. So, yeah, nothing about this is going to get better for these people. They're just off the deep end.
Now click this video, or Dan Clancy is your roommate in college, all right?
All right, Dan Clancy, I gotta know. No, Dan Clancy, the current CEO of Twitch, was not involved in game development before joining Twitch. Alright, he sounds so familiar. What games were was it Dan Clancy? It had to have been some game development. I mean, come on. Alright, this one's a long one. I don't know if I'm going to get fully through it, but this is literally a full critique of Pirate Software, but here's the kicker. There's more stuff I didn't know about involving him. Holy crap. This is the most complete video I've ever seen on this whole thing.
Pirate Software, or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a Twitch streamer and YouTuber who went
Wait for it to load.
Viral for his videos giving commentary on his passions, hacking, video game design, and YouTube drama. During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million subscribers. It won him a streamer award. It got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the
Ludwig, whatever you pronounce it. Apparently he's not as popular as he used to be. Guy's apparently like following a similar trend. Seems like a lot of downfalls going on for 2025.
The industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors. But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history.
Oh man, he really lost 310,000 subscribers. I knew it was somewhere in the 200,000s. I didn't know it reached that level.
Of thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of his career, and his connections ruined. And no one feels even a little bad for him. The problem with Pirate Software isn't that he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits, proving to everyone that he is truly incapable of welcoming criticism.
It's not the criticism. It's the fact that he stated it during that 3-hour interview he had with the therapist on a live stream where he literally said, I'm not going to change if I feel that way, because it's how I feel. So if he's feeling a certain way, he's not going to stop or say he's wrong.
So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong, we have to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's hard to say given how little is credibly known about this time period of his life, but it's possible he failed.
My graduation year was 2004. Yep. My sister graduated the following year after me, 2005.
Failed a year due to how much he was involved with, even at that time. During high school, he took part in the anime club, led the comic club, and listed himself as being a self-employed freelance security researcher and developer, providing a variety of web security related services for multiple clients. He even noted that he learned how to say no to a superior when something is beyond a project's scope. The reality of his situation was a lot less dignified, although he conveniently didn't list the fact that he ran a quote-unquote company out of the game's Second Life called Darksphere Creations. But what services did Darksphere Creations provide, you might be asking? The answer is 3D avatars of furries with boobs for Second Life, all of which were listed under his in-game name, Maldavius Figtree. You truly could not make this up. But Mr. Figtree wasn't just one among many avatar designers. He was notorious, although not exactly for good reasons. Firstly, he apparently vandalized an in-game region, and soon after, he fired someone named Wingless Emoto from Darksphere, accusing them.
Okay, I want to be clear about this stuff. This kind of stuff, and yes, I have been on Second Life. I've been on IMVU as well. This stuff is very common on those sites. Very common. The people do some crazy griefing on these sites, where they can get empowered and they just go full bulldozing forward with whatever they can just to damage someone's reputation because of a tiny spat that had nothing else going on with it. And all you do is you sit back and watch and just laugh.
Them of being lazy, despite the fact this person got paid on commission, not a salary. As per the article reporting on this situation, Jason continued to sell Emoto's avatars after her departure, without paying her anything. While it's small in scale, this on its own gave a small window into Jason's not-so-legitimate online endeavors, even this early on. But this small window quickly grew, as the chat logs between Emoto and Jason were posted, showing that the reason she hadn't been working lately was because her tablet was broken. Interestingly enough, she clearly saw her Second Life job as a silly hobby she did because she enjoyed it, while Jason tried to act like he was really running a company and that it was all very serious business. Ironically, he complained that she played WoW too much instead of actually working, an omen of Jason's own future. But more concerningly, he remarked that she was underage, which he knew because he had met her in real life, as she lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually
Okay. There are federal laws in place that prevents someone who's underage from being able to sign certain types of contracts that prevent them from getting certain wages that they're earned. Jason Hall or Thor Pirate Software, for all intents and purposes here, this is the part of the video that I keep saying because no one's talking about it enough, is about the laws that protect minors from unlawful contracts and things like that where they don't get paid. It makes any kind of contract, whether it be verbal or signed between those two, invalid if she was underage. Because from what I understand, he was scummy and denied her pay that she was owed. But nobody's talking about this. Everyone's talking about everything after. He potentially has broken the law, and he was 19 at the time.
resurfacing much later on, attached to suggestions that he had done something inappropriate when they met IRL. Jason has addressed it and explained that she was 17 while he was 19, and they didn't do anything beyond talking when they met. While there's no reason to doubt his defense here, the business with Emoto is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his infamy in Second Life. By simply perusing the comments, you immediately find dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. First, he apparently enrolled in a real-life $22,000 a year university called Woodbury, just so that he could be allowed into Woodbury's Second Life region, going as far as to harass people in real life and conducting DDoS attacks to gain control of it. When he failed and got kicked out of Woodbury Sim, he decided to do everything in his power to grief and destroy the region, which gives context to the earlier mention of him vandalizing an in-game region. If all of this is true, this story alone depicts Jason as having a hunger for trivial, petty power that's so great he's willing to spend thousands in real-life money to get it, and is completely incapable of accepting defeat. Other people point out that Emoto's avatars were actually pulling in quite the decent amount of money, and here we have the establishment of another recurring theme: Jason demanding payment and credit despite not working. First, he took at least 50% of her revenue, apparently just because he put together the storefront for the avatar.
Again, I want you to want everyone in chat to understand this. The girl was underaged, and they had a verbal or written contract signed, which is completely illegal under federal law. And they both lived in the United States. So there's no way he should be getting away with this. This is clear federal law being broken right in front of us.
She created. I say at least because, as many people have pointed out, he ran the storefront and ensured the money went through him before it got to her, supposedly for tax reasons. This means he could make up whatever the amount she was owed and underpay her while keeping the rest for himself. But if that weren't enough, he also took credit for Emoto's work, as he clearly told the Second Life related publications who interviewed him that he was the one sculpting them. Another one of the comments here read, "He wanted to be my business partner, so I took him on board. He did approximately 80 minutes of work against my 30 hours and expected to get half the cash. Then, when I complained about this, as well as being constantly ignored for 2 weeks, he gave me a speech. Do you know how good of a scripter I am? How much I'm worth? I make $8,000 a month from Second Life." Of course, at this stage, the alarm bells rang, and I quickly hit the delete and silence button. It's all a shame, really, especially as I had a deadline to meet, and this all reflected badly on me. You might be wondering how he got away with this kind of blatant misbehavior. Well, Jason is the son of Joey Ray Hall, one of gaming company Blizzard's most senior employees, and he apparently used this fact to issue vague threats towards anyone who might have reasons to report him. Long after his Second Life days, Jason continued to flaunt this on his streams.
No, my dad didn't inspire the WoW guy from South Park. My dad is the WoW guy from South Park. He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on the episode with Matt and Trey, and they turned him into a character. Yeah, that's actually him.
While the tactic of claiming to be friends with people in the industry who can make other players' life hard may not seem like much, this was just one of Jason's many strategies to get his way. Users Warren Flanagan and LOL claimed that Jason went way beyond just taking money for Emoto's work. Maldavius was apparently quite close to his Second Life business partner in real life, at least before he banned her from his Sims, destroyed her reputation, and concocted all manner of absolutely unrepeatable lies about her mental health and her status in her profession. I refused to allow myself to believe these allegations without question, especially when she contacted me asserting that the stories were false. A word to the wise: if Maldavius calls you on Skype, chances are he has some elaborate lie to tell you that he hopes will destroy your objectivity and impartiality and bring you into his way of thinking. After I began to question this, my manager privileges were revoked, allegedly because I was never in Second Life. He banded together with a bunch of his residents and decided that I had helped people attack the sim based on who knows what information. Then he delivered the sledgehammer blow. No one likes you.
The girl don't like you. Nobody likes you.
I had seen this before. Maldavius used the same sort of groupthink tactics to sway the weak minds of his furry friends. For some reason, his words carry an air of authority, and people tend to believe him. In this same section, other alarming patterns begin.
Well,
to
they are
appear, with
furries.
Jason being described as a vengeful furry
Pack
who always paints
mentality.
himself as a victim, and a script kitty who likes to think he's God and has stated it multiple times, due to coming up with a couple of low-level in-game scams. But most scathing of all of this is that many of his in-game scandals, which unfortunately we have almost no info on, happen to revolve around him doing not safe for work things. As it turns out, Maldi, short for Maldavius, was into being the receiving end of some yiffing and enjoyed knots.
You like kissing boys, don't you?
The world is While there are a good few posts mocking this on its own, only one poster went into detail about how this related to Jason's online infamy. On Maldavius himself and his contributions to the company, he doesn't do much. I'll admit he's an accomplished scripter, or he fakes it rather well. It's believed by many that, as with many other things he's taken credit or payment for, he copies others' work and puts it in his own name. He knows how to script, he understands programming. I know for a fact he's inefficient as hell with it though, and I sometimes doubt he could pull off many of the things he does on his own. However he comes about his scripting, whether through copying and pasting and fixing things here and there, or writing the occasional thing on his own, they aren't very marketable and are rarely innovative. Last I saw, he had maybe 5 products for sale in his own shop, all variants on particle effects. I've never seen one bought or used. It seems the only thing Maldavius contributes to his own company is drama. Whether in the form of slave driving, manipulation, or sex scandals, his every action seems to hurt his precious company. His employees are constantly being shuffled in and out the door as he fires anyone who disagrees with him for a second on anything, then rehires them when he realizes he can't do anything on his own. He has a craving for power that may exceed his ridiculous greed for money. Every chance he gets, he manipulates anyone he can, and he has plenty. He tries to surround himself with weak-minded, submissive, insecure individuals, easy to find in the furry community he immerses himself in. Much of the drama in his little world centers around his nodding. Female employees in his company, as well
Apparently you couldn't say that word. YouTube.
As any female landowner on his Sims, unlucky enough to attract his attention, which isn't hard, he spends a lot of time spying on people, are invariably subjected to constant sexual harassment. If they refuse his advances, he threatens them. Sometimes he holds their employment over their heads. Sometimes he threatens to reclaim their land. Sometimes he just bans them from the Sim.
Again, he's breaking all kinds of crimes here. If he's actually paying people and hiring them, whether it's Second Life or not, this is illegal, because you can't force people to do sexual favors for you in a working environment. Oh boy.
If he has any personal information on them at all, he uses that. However, because he seeks out the weak-willed, submissive, and desperate, many fall to his advances and do the textual nasty with him. He then holds this over their heads as more personal ammunition against them. We've all got screenshots. I could go on and on, but I'll just throw in one more thing. He has a fetish for creamsicle-colored huskies. He loves that curly tail. With this context established, it's important to remark that Jason eventually addressed this when it resurfaced, specifying that nothing ever happened between him and Emoto, so much so that they made up a few years after the situation between them went down. To further support this, Emoto also made a tweet reinforcing that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. So it's safe to say that any claims revolving around him being a creep in this circumstance are not true. As for the many people who claimed he was doing sexual stuff with Second Life, there's no sign that any of them were minors, so even if what he was supposedly doing was weird, it definitely wasn't illegal. Eventually, a Reddit thread was made on r/YouTube drama, compiling not just the comments I just went over, but a few new additions as well, not just bolstering the claims that Jason would attack anyone who denied him some Second Life nodding action, but adding some new ones that honestly are much more concerning. Specifically, there was a comment in another article which read, "Maldavius Figtree has violated a female priest in real life, then engineered a mass nationwide 911 calling spam campaign to try to get her committed to an insane asylum so this woman wouldn't tell his real-life girlfriend about their affair, whose recording of Jason cranking his hog is now available on the intertubes." This claim was echoed by user Velasca Reddit M, who said, "The nun thing. This is something he spoke to me in huge great detail over a few times. The story would change a bit each time he'd tell it, but basically he was so good, so manly, so amazing, and rocked a nun's world so hard that it broke her brain, and she would denounce her faith."
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend of Anthony's.
I have no response to this other than, wow.
I was just about to visit him. How's he doing? He's in a lot better shape than those nuns you got up there.
That was the main story. Sometimes there would be alterations of her stalking him, her breaking the law for him, her becoming a goth coven nun.
I'm gonna come.
Remember, he was early on in his career.
You gotta be kidding. Why? That was so perfectly timed.
of being a habitual
Oh
liar,
my
and isn't
God.
particularly intelligent or gifted at it, so there were constant holes. While the suggestion that he violated someone is completely baseless, what could be the case here is that during his Second Life days, Jason told people a tall tale about banging a nun. But even then, this claim is pretty isolated, and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented. Little fun fact here, his deletion request is in the same page as a discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather, or furs of a fur, or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009,
Clearly the big
he got
leagues.
himself a job at Blizzard. Yes, the same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face
Holy
value,
crap,
there's nothing
was that
terribly
Ozzy
wrong with
Osbourne?
his dad getting him a job, but despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically a more technical.
All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Technical playtesting. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that. But it was more than enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former co-workers of his
Till
have
they
since shared their
explode.
testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was, indeed, a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over seveal posts, she wrote about him in
Why
less
is the
than
face so
positive
funny?
manner. Thor was my co-worker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it was actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with the third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his teammates across the office about how bad they were for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed that he not only didn't do any work, but he knew basically nothing about testing as a general practice and the game itself. Management remarks that they simply couldn't do anything about it but move him from team to team. Thor became my roommate because his dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if Joey Ray didn't want him around, it was best to keep Max distance. From the first days after moving in, the kitchen was a literal pigsty. All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching to hell the same day he moved in, and he only ever offered to tape up the chair. There was no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight me by insisting the chair was already scratched up. 0 pets touched that apartment before he moved in. I asked that he replace the $100 chair since all surfaces were destroyed, and he insisted taping it up was fine. He didn't do either. He was extremely into EVE Online and would regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing. This apartment didn't have thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water. The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff was all over the place. His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes.
Might explain why his dad kicked him out. Would explain why he probably did. Also the fact that American parents are way different from Indian culture and Asian culture with their kids, where they want them to live with them for extended periods, even beyond 18. It's just with American culture, it's you're 18, we want you out, because the parents want their own life back. Because they've raised you, you're 18, time to go.
Everywhere. The walls were smeared with, I don't know, coom or snot or both. If this was only about a month of damage,
nice
I
word.
couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove him.
Did he say coom, as in the Street Fighter skit with Akuma and Guile and Chun-Li?
As soon as possible, since we were still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge, it was never actually cancer, and he used it as a shocking event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook during his health journey. To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bullshit, what up?
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115.
What the heck is MyFaceWhen?
Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his
I
constant
must just be out of the
planning
loop
both
on all
Warcraft
these
and
weird
League of
websites
Legends.
I've never
But
even
outside
heard
of their
of.
time sharing a living space, Boeing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant lead and engineer relating.
I think it's tracking now. She said that all they could do was move him from team to team because each team would complain about him. And he's listing off all the teams he's worked on with projects. Well, now we know why.
To QA hacks, where he performed forensic analysis and led a team of security professionals to victory.
How do you forensics QA testing for a game? Forensics is something I thought that was just in the criminal field, not in video games.
Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details. It's going to come in handy later. According to Boing's post, during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars in duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take
He did say in a YouTube short he was responsible for that.
credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering, something he had no skills in. She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers. Rather, they were analysts.
Then why do they call them engineers? Does the company just want to sound fancy? If you're a quality assessment, what would be a better general term for this? Obviously not engineer. Quality assessment specialist. That sounds better.
Capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page is being wildly misrepresented. His resume is fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke. Glorified script kiddie. While he was completely unmemorable for his subpar work, he was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking.
I played League of Legends for a very long time. I quit after 3 years. I will never go back to playing those types of games. That was the last true co-op game I ever played. Now I strictly play single player games because I used to be that type of guy that when I play a first person shooter, I would get pissed off when I died. I just raged out. And yes, I'm much better now, but I used to be that type of person, and that's why I stay away from Call of Duty, Halo, LOL, Heroes of the Storm, anything that involves me having to engage in an online situation like that, I stay away from, because my rage when I die involves me damaging my own hardware, and I can't have that anymore. That level of anger you just should not have. The best thing to do is just get away from it.
Him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage. But after 2011, Boing Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working as a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to place a rock in a known pathing point bots used. He then sells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW
Yep, this is another instance of one of the shorts that he posted.
Has auto run. People use it. Using auto running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road. Literally anyone would normally hit auto run on and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success, except it wasn't. It got a lot of noobs and whatnot banned for using the auto run when a bored mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work.
No, it just sounds like to me that, just like they said in the beginning, he's not taking credit. They're pushing him from team to team without him realizing it, that these teams don't want him there anymore. So because they can't fire him because of his dad, they just move him from team to team because he was that hard to deal with. And eventually he got a whole list of stuff that he says, I have experience in this, I did this, I've been doing this. That's what happened. It's so obvious the way that this guy's explaining it. So I think he doesn't realize it himself when he says that this was him taking credit, but no, it's just him quite literally being pushed from team to team to team.
His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the Red Team!
Again,
I knew he was going to go that direction.
suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind, it'll become relevant very soon. While I'm presenting
Social
you all this
engineering is such a
information in chronological
weird
order
thing.
and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard, and it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
So I worked at Blizzard for...
I want to be clear about something with Pirate Software. All this crap you're going to see in this video that this guy's going to list off that he's done, it doesn't matter. For one reason. Because the whole reason for Pirate Software's downfall is because he couldn't just admit he misinterpreted the Stop Killing Games initiative. That's what started this whole thing. Every minor issue was minor. No one gave a crap. They just ignored it. But once the Stop Killing Games initiative came down with a video from him where he said, no, I don't agree with this. This is terrible. And he misinterpreted the whole thing and refused to admit that he was wrong. That's when the spiral happened. That's when everything came loose. Everyone it critiqued him on that, but then people started digging. And that's what happened.
7 years. I worked on everything from World of Warcraft Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked. They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible. Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left, and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away. And I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on Livestream Fails shows, he did this all the time.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much. I literally...
Here comes the song.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years. Yeah.
You can dance to this.
Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. You're red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard.
Boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard,
boom.
Having worked at Blizzard.
Boom, boom.
I grew up at Blizzard.
Not only was he not a dev, but his failure at being a QA engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being full of bugs that it led to one of Boogie2988's biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
I used to like Boogie's content, but then he kind of had his downfall as well.
I spent all night trying to get this goddamn collector's edition. I stood in line at Walmart. I can barely stand up. I stood in line. I just can't even play my.
Can you imagine being such a prolific lol cow that you give an area buff to other lol cows? Him cockroaching his way through Blizzard for years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually got people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a nepo baby, someone who only got.
To be clear, the nepo baby thing, Pirate admitted on stream that he was a product of nepotism. He didn't call himself a nepo baby, but he did say he is a product of nepotism. He admitted that in a stream. So I don't hold that against him. I hold everything else, but not that.
Their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been somewhat inconsistent.
Those who don't understand the term, a nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the Death and Return of Superman and many other games, all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off.
Death and Return of Superman? Was that the animated movie that I really enjoyed where Superman went toe-to-toe with Doomsday? And Doomsday, like, tanked and beat the living crap out of him? I wonder if that's that movie.
Jagex, and he worked on old.
Yet another thing I want to know.
With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Yearjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job, and my brother didn't. I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like, this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked
See,
at Blizzard
he openly admits it right here.
for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004.
While it's true he immediately got a job working for Amazon Games once he left Blizzard, he was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job in particular has become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker with mad skills. But is he really? Well,
there's a YouTuber called Coding Jesus who explained to everyone what he actually did as a member of that specific group. He was a social engineer, and all he did was send phishing emails to people. That was it.
Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like,
Yes.
not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual
Not a script
hacker.
kiddie.
You've won
like an actual.
And I want to be clear, the term hacker is so stupid. It's almost 20 years old. It should be not used anymore. And if you hear hacker, don't think to those weird movies where you see a person typing really fast, looking at 5 different screens with fancy colors and lights going off. No, that's not real. Not at all. Hackers are split up into 2 groups referred to as white hats and black hats. The term hacker is not used. It's just not. It's just a weird term that people gave for people that would breach or attack systems. And it was weird. Like the very first thing I can remember even being involved with hacking was ping code. And you could originally ping somebody and do it a number of times to overload a switch in order to get into a system. But no, it's black hats and white hats. White hats are the good guys, the ones who use their powers for good. And the black hats are the ones who use their powers for evil.
Go hacker.
Yeah,
Yeah, my last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States
It was not. While he did work there, that was not what he did.
Department of Energy. Drop of a hat, you are leaving on a plane tomorrow to fly to some state to test a thing, right? And my general wheelhouse control is physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home. Right? And I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason to have worked on preventing breaking and entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that pesky little phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access. And it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless,
basically, filching.
He continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up the 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So DEF CON 24, I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time, which was Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In this same interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team. Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels. He worked for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did. Even if you assume he just misspoke or abridged all of this context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more explicit by claiming that his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the gold in the Hacker Olympics, right? And they're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, do you you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
The thing about that is, he's speaking about his third badge here, which he won in August 2019. But he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of many people on a team. And the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, you know, actually hacking any systems. In an article about DEF CON 25,
He's basically the person that the hacker pays off to go into a system, basically a black hat who pays somebody at the company to insert a USB device into one of the chambers on the server so they can get access to it. That's basically what he did, because he was walking around looking at other people's research and their data in order to expose any code or anything he saw and feed it to his team. That's basically what he did.
the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for fake employee badges that had numbers on them, and then people would just use those numbers as the password for the system they were trying to access. In this article, Jason not only directly calls himself the leader of his team, but adds that he had no idea it was
He was not the leader of his team.
even a challenge, which is basically impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker, but to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers, which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot about their undue use of a puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot, this right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as
He's saying it's his write-up, but it's not.
hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans, and those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result, and they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking liberties with his storytelling. As it turns out, this lost person he's trying to white knight for here actually worked with the show as a consultant, a fact which was documented by DEF CON itself. And it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr. Robot page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as you can possibly get with ciphers. And the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain Lost's number like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to Lost's supposed number though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle which contained Lost's number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr, Jason went ahead and linked that post in his tweet and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post which contains the uncensored phone number. And he did all of this for no other reason than his own need to attach himself and his name to anything that may attract attention. He even used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral when this thing has just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Went viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would be among the hundreds of little random lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost or random co-workers of Jason's whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby plot armor wore off, Jason decided it was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company, and I use that word loosely, known as Pirate Software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he gave interviews, as he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic softwares like Game Maker from scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent. Funnily enough, in this same interview, he comments on how other indie devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever to finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a small smaller game first to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month. In process, he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he
Every time
did
I hear
this
that
was in
Discord
order to
click.
build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts it, every single person
Oh, that
who
reminds
takes
me.
the
I
time to work
probably
with
should,
counts,
because I don't think I
that
said to
person
D&D.
is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time. If only he had
Microsoft
actually
Teams, yeah.
applied this mindset at any point during his
Doink.
life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissistic delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he actually thinks that he's solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated, because it'd be easy to pirate it. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character, so you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements. It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong he is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work. Of course, this little trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work.
Oh, and I just realized this is Turkey Tom, the one mentioned in Hassan's ranting. So this guy's been critical of Hassan as well.
A game developer, a game called Heartbound.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
It's most likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on GT Live and packaged the video as The Next Undertale, although the name of the game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that the video isn't him playing a game that's a sequel to Undertale.
I don't know if January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today. None of it revolves around us or has anything to do with us.
But I'm like, man, 2019, you started
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically complaining that MatPat didn't link the game in the description, used Undertale in the tags, and got the studio's name wrong. As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it even.
I personally still, when I produce VODs, videos on demand, I always put the link to the original video in there. I don't do it with the live streams because that would be way too many links and videos and time, but I do it with the VODs that I put out. I always put the original link to the original video that I reacted to, so if people don't want to watch my griping, they can go watch the other gripe.
Even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video. For those of you who don't know what a tag on a YouTube video is, it's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results. All that MatPat did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat play that game.
Top of the morning, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Undertale.
But hey, that's just a theory.
Jacksepticeye.
The conclusion that Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was getting the studio's name wrong. And even that has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio, and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this a complete nothing burger, words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies. The developer of Borderlands is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without it. Even companies with less common second words in their name.
Well, there is one company, the one who made all the Dark Souls games, and Demon Souls, and Sekiro, and Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, and Night Rain, that's called From Software, and we do call it that. And when you're getting your butt kicked in the game, We always say Miyazaki activated the kill switch.
Names like Square Enix are usually referred to by just their first name. There is seriously nothing to be mad about here. And the real reason this even got off the ground is because Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, a game whose community already hated MatPat for his previous interactions with the game, chimed in and sided with Jason. When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them. And so, regardless of how small and petty this issue was, MatPat got dogpiled for relegating Heartbound to being an Undertale clone. The thing about this is, the person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out, the reminiscent in-game art style, the boss who looks like a heavily mutated flower monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound, is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, whose sequel, Deltarune, is also an anagram. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just made an RPG Maker game.
No, definitely
He
not plagiarism.
made an Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing.
This is the same argument that you'll get with some people that don't want to say something's a Souls-like, even though it is a genre. And everything's a Souls-like if you call it, because the game's hard. Like Lies of P, Lords of Shadow, that Black Myth Wukong, and let's see, there was another one, but those are Souls-likes. I mean, the genre's not far removed. There's always a source of the origin. So if it's an Undertale, I would say it's a Undertale-like. Let's go with that.
Out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000.
The parallels here are getting very, very obvious.
And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original. On Heartbound's page, the glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games Heartbound truly is, because of its use of unconventional mini-games during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways. That is literally the main mechanic of Undertale, the attack, act, and mercy systems, which work off of the bullet hell mini-games that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions as to how organic this project was, but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem for Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money at a Kickstarter, then the devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't up to par compared to what they promised on the Kickstarter. So we thought, what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development.
He did not do that.
Every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time,
Pirate Software didn't do that.
Additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing how we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost? What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop !demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10-hour
he has only people went back to look for his code for this game, and there's literally only 3 instances of him live streaming showing the code, but not doing any actual coding.
Period. It's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound is an elaborate excuse for Jason to stream, for literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low amount. It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with Undertale, as there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound. Lastly, I really like the
Heartbound's overwhelmingly negative reviews are from people that were review bombing his game, because he put a post out saying he had to quit a development team because he said they were all their games from that developer were getting review bombed, but that wasn't the truth at all. It was just his game. It's just his game.
That Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism of the game's code.
Undertale is made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like and that's fine. If you look at the decompiles that people have done of Undertale, you'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take processing power. There are sections of the game that show, like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long. Single object, all of the dialogue in the game. Hard-coded into that object. Insane. Insane behavior. But it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because
there is exceptions to bad code if your game is actually good and it was huge and popular. That's the exception. Sadly, with Pirate Software, his game has bad code, but it was not very good.
Because it's good anyway. But what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point, since unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and
the good old days of graphing calculators playing games.
He's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he very code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually, the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by
something Code Jesus
like
revealed.
_obtained, but instead just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
The numbers! What are they saying?
The other side effect of this, although it's possible this was Jason's original intention, is that it makes working with other people on the code nearly impossible, since only Jason will be able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's gonna think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
There are other bizarre code lies like Heartbound.
That's why you have low-level machine language and high-level machine language.
But once again,
and good old assembly line.
Notice that in some of the game's updates, Jason makes notes
C#,
for
C++, C++, basic,
still casting shadows when a light source has been shown, which in the case of an actually ray-traced game would be impossible to happen, even as a bug. An example
Ruby,
of a 2D game that actually has
Python,
advanced
all
lighting
programming
mechanics
languages,
is
mind you.
Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at his gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same. Captain Garbage, the same KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code, only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized. I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically means that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it. In turn, the longer the game goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what'll happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making and would allow for other programmers to have an easy time working on Heartbound, if that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is, other much more skilled people have already gone over that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as some kind of programmer savant who hacked nuclear facilities or whatever. This isn't just inefficiency. This is slop of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early rough drafts of what he's trying to do. I usually do something like that to get the idea out and then I refine it, so I hope that's what I'm seeing. Otherwise, I'm better than him.
Literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here.
Seeing Pirate Software code is like those images of streamers trying to craft nonsense in Minecraft.
Either a web of lies or a web of his shit code.
Despite a lot of the criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuously claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on, and the only thing that really took time was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions here that part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game in all of these languages. And him saying this is a one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession. The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked, whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an unfinished mess to this day. The original estimated delivery of the finished product on the Kickstarter was November 2017, but as
Holy
that deadline
crap.
approached, the game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out, and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions that don't get the game anywhere near completion. It took years for the game to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4, and it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is yandere dev tier, the Ozymandias of Undertale clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people who are
that would be a
credited are an
valid,
artist and a composer,
valid argument.
and neither of them are programming it. But one counterpoint to that is exactly what we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign. You can also bring up Toby's other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's games either. Stardew Valley was made in under 5 years by a single dev. Braid was made in 3 years by a single dev, with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had no excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with the big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage and has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life. But once again, we come to the same question. Is this really true? Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user, named Musashi's son, begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice, once in January and once in March, and both times he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and that it came back negative. He does indeed mention that he'd been using an inhaler for his bronchitis, and although beating it was tough, he was back to his normal self and streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May. In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID all along, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again, so it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April that year. Fast forward to November 2020, and he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline. He has been recovering for 8 months. Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not 8, but 9 months of production to COVID. Keep in mind, he was streaming for 10 hours a day through the crushing majority of 2020, with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game? In a clever little boundary push, 9 months eventually turn into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority of 2022. Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID, but this time, it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So thankfully I'm back on it and I'm back to working on stuff. So I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
While the first supposed COVID case is mired in lies, this second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
My recovery was about 2.5 years, so I got long COVID.
Good Lord. That long? I mean, I caught COVID in 2019. I was one of the earliest people to catch it. And the thing that happened to me is when I went to the hospital, they tested me for everything, couldn't figure out what was wrong. So for 3 months after that into 2020, I was just sick. No idea what was wrong. And then I find out about COVID, unknown testing. So after 2020 passed, I got tested for what was it? Antibodies that determined that I had COVID. So I had antibodies to COVID. They wanted me to donate those antibodies, which is plasma. So I donated it. And you get a lot of money for donating for plasma, shockingly. About $200.
Lungs shut down at one point. I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Kind of wild. We'll go to streams. I used to stream 7 days a week back in the day. And right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020. And I got COVID. And you can see what happened to my stream schedule. There were like months where I just streamed like 3 days.
This is from 2024, so over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not so bad case of COVID in June 20.
I can believe his story about COVID with the multiple different diagnoses, whatever, because that happened to me. They did not know what was wrong. They kept thinking it was that, thinking it was this, thinking it was that. Turns out it was just COVID. And because I had a pre-existing condition, aka asthma, which was under control up until that point, it all came flooding back. Now I'm back on a nebulizer. Also taking Symbicort, which Symbicort has saved my life. Thank you, Symbicort, for existing.
2023 that took 20 days to recover from became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason's streaming during 2024 to see how much he actually works on Heartbound. I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes. 15. And I say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours. At one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When people who are familiar with him in his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day, when this is probably not true. But despite their similarities, Jason is no yandere dev, and the reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023,
it's amazing how we've been stuck on the game for almost an hour.
he began going viral on YouTube as clips of him started being uploaded. This is how the majority of people came to know him, and during this time, the consensus opinion on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker, at least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024, an interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG EVE Online, and they were accusing him of being an arrogant, pathological.
I didn't know anything about the Eve stuff. This was new information. This guy, Turkey Tom, did a deep dive on everything.
Liar due to their experiences with him in game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community, it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep in a very unnatural way. This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty. This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing, is it believable that it happens over the course of just 5 days? Because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm
Okay, I officially believe he is using some type of filter that makes his voice deeper. Me, I've been playing with the filter on my OBS and on the mic settings for weeks, testing tons of different filters because it was doing this weird grainy staticky thing, and I finally resolved that problem for the most part. Like, I've dampened it just enough, but I've got way too many filters. Way too many filters. There's like 7.
ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut? Oh my god, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut. Look how strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup, so you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming setup, and it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade. And the door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the force of the egg exploding. And
the way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy suggests that he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice. While this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors, but also his fans, eventually KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them.
This is the kind of stuff I find weird. When people are willing to do this kind of investigative journalism into pirate software, and they're doing videos with logs of his voice, looking for potential edits
Out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio is struggling to function.
I don't know what that gives me though.
What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh, God.
Now keep in mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud, but the way his voice is crackling...
I'm also using a compressor. A video recommended it. It helps avoid explosive loudness.
Sounds a bit like how Formant sounds when you use autotune.
What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune-based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just sounds like he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin, and indeed, he did.
My name is Jason Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't force his voice to be deep.
Seth MacFarlane voices Peter Griffin, Quagmire, Brian Griffin, Stewie, greased up deaf guy, I believe, and the old man who's a PDF. I mean, he voices a lot of the characters.
All the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. Well, I can't be tired at 1 a.m?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basics...
And Brian proceeds to go... Barr.
Self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of. You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also digitally altered, all of which is fitting to Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes. As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Hi, my name's Reniko. And I may not seem like it, but I'm a professionally trained voice actor who happens to be a VTuber.
None of this would even be a problem per se if Jason didn't lie about it. But then again, the crushing majority of Jason's problems wouldn't exist if he didn't lie. So I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be popular online. But as time went on, he became increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games. Because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video game related and everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. But keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard.
Oh,
Blizzard,
we're coming back.
Blizzard
Coming.
7 years, yeah. Blizzard.
Yeah.
I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist.
We're getting there.
For Blizzard Entertainment and Blizzard.
Boom, 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 boom.
Having worked at Blizzard,
Boom, 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 boom.
I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard,
Boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard
boom.
industry for Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard,
Boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard,
boom,
Blizzard.
boom,
Yeah, no,
boom.
I worked at Blizzard.
Of course, he neglects to mention that he worked QA and never developed a single game in his life until he left Blizzard, and he even likes to conflate the time he worked at Blizzard with the time he spent working other jobs, resulting in him frequently saying things like, "I've been in the games industry for 20 years.
So I've been a hacker for about 20 years. Started in Blizzard as QA, but I was a hacker then. As a programmer, I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been a hacker for 20 years. You will be found.
Are we about to get another
That's
song?
coming from a hacker of 20 years. 20 years. Don't do that shit. Don't. I've been working in programming now for about 20 years. But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years. For those of you who are new, my name is Thor. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. My name's Thor. How's it going?
20 years. Huh. Kind of reminds me of another guy who did 20 years. Although you'd never hear a peep from him about it either.
I did 20 years.
Anyway, Jason used his fake reputation as an expert in the games industry to give opinions on matters that he knew nothing about. For example, he weighed in on the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy.
Yeah, honestly, I have no respect for identity politics, trying to cancel a video game or cancel a story. If you want to cancel the story over the color of a character's skin, you have no business being here.
Alright, so without getting into too many details about it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy goes far beyond just the protagonist, Yasuke, being black. More so, it has to do with Ubisoft completely misrepresenting
the Japanese government took extreme offense to this game and the representation of this African American or African samurai. And they have a law in place in Japan that if you are going to portray Japanese mythos or Japanese history, it must be accurate and according to the history that they have written down. If it's not, there's legal ramifications that they pour on to these games. Ubisoft got nuked for this. Got nuked for it by the Japanese government. They were pissed off about that particular character because it was complete misrepresentation of the actual character that they were trying to utilize. I was shocked Japan was so ticked off. Like, citizens in the country were ticked off. Teachers were ticked off. The government officials were ticked off. They did not like it.
The story of the real Yasuke, as well as doing things like having hip-hop music playing whenever he engages in combat, which people reasonably found was kind of an insane decision. Of course, getting into the mire of the discussion isn't nearly as attractive to Jason as having a punchy stream clip for YouTube Shorts where he can virtue signal. The most unbelievable part about Jason's clip is how he follows it up.
I don't give a shit about the color of your skin. I don't care about where your spawn point was. I don't care about where you were born.
Referring to people's birthplaces and ethnicities as their spawn point is a kind of peak Reddit gamer cringe I have not had the displeasure of witnessing for the past decade. This is up there with the Walmart gamer t-shirts. Actually, those are kind of badass. I like those. Later on in the same clip, he halfway acknowledges that there's more to the discussion than just Yasuke being black, but then shoots it down, reinforcing that what people are really concerned about is Yasuke being black.
But don't stop others from playing the game because you don't want to see a black guy in the cover. Who gives?
That wasn't the reason. It was because Japan has a very clear line of dialogue in their law stating use of any of their historical references must be accurate. And it pissed off Japanese culturists everywhere. That was the controversy. Ubisoft got in so much trouble for this because they didn't care that they used a black character. They cared about the authenticity of the history behind it, written in their historical archives. And it set Japan off. It had nothing to do with the color of his skin. It had nothing to do with the music, even though the music sounds very stereotypical. It didn't. It was because of Japan. The Japanese government, its people, they were not happy about this. And that was the whole blowback about that situation.
Gives you shit. And if that's the only thing you're hung up on, and you're trying to make it about Japanese history, despite Japanese history disagreeing with you, you need to look in a mirror instead of posting on Twitter.
It's like he's physically incapable of considering there may be something beneath his surface level understanding of an issue. But honestly, that's quite on brand for him. Whether it be game development or hacking, Jason has a chronic allergy to going past surface level knowledge. But this doesn't stop him from commenting on everything. Another case of Jason's extreme tone deafness and inability to read the room was his brief online campaign against something called spy.pet. Again, this drama goes a lot deeper than I care to get into here. But in early 2024, there was a significant online upheaval against boy kisser communities hiding in plain sight on Reddit and Discord. These communities were known to attract and harbor a lot of people who not—
So groomers. Gotcha.
Not only publicly fantasized about preteen boys, but also shared illegal material involving kids. One of the tactics deployed against these people was the use of something called spy.pet, which used bots to scrape through over 14,000 Discord servers, which exposed how vulnerable Discord really was. On April 19th, a journalist named Joseph Cox wrote an article about spy.pet being weaponized by Kiwi Farms, but neglected to mention that this weaponization was specifically targeting the boy kissers. Instead, the article claims KF was targeting a queer community on Discord, not specifying which or why. Now, you'd think that this would be the moment for someone like Jason, hackerman aficionado, to have a criticism of Discord's management for, you know, exposing their users like that. Or at least he'd have the wits about him to simply stay out of it, given the very controversial nature of this incident. But instead, he did what he always does. He went off half-cocked with insufficient information and began openly and unilaterally antagonizing spy.pet as if this was a clear-cut.
All right, let's see what this says. Want to kill the spy pet bot on your favorite Discord server? They let their account IDs peek from their official API. Then they changed that to trick everyone into banning Scrumpy. Now we have a tool to get the bot IDs anyway. Turn on Discord DevTools. Tools Advanced Developer Mode, duh. Same thing with a phone. Right-click on your server icon and copy server ID. Change this URL to include your server ID. Ban the bot account detected for your server. The tools will continue until morale improves. Why does this seem so wrong? Because it is wrong. I mean, I'm looking at it and how does this stop the spy pet bot?
A case of malicious hacker activity, and not the reality of Discord operating with a massive and exploitable hole. A hole which was in the basic security of their servers. Of course, Jason 2 provided no context as to what exactly spy.pet was being used for. In this case, his stupidity prevailed, and his method of getting rid of all spy.pet bots was quickly adjusted for, as the people behind it simply switched the account IDs to something else and bypassed his brilliant security mechanism. He then had to go over to his Twitter to issue.
So it's one of those situations similar to where he said, I made my game unpiratable.
A retraction and announced that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with the spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for Jason, he was about to do the most violent Sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen. But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video.
This is where it all began. The downfall of pirate software.
Titled Games as a Service is Fraud.
Everything else was just sprinkles. This was the real cake.
Entitled to a pacifier. All the way back in 2007, when dinosaurs and giants still roamed the earth, Ross began his online career with a series of videos where...
Hey, 2007 was a good year. That was the year the Patriots went undefeated and almost won the Super Bowl and went 18-1. They were undefeated in the regular season. The first 16-win season ever. Good times. I missed that season. That was my favorite season for the Patriots.
Where he gave a voice to the protagonist of the Half-Life games, Gordon Freeman.
I'm not the only one who's late. Sucker!
Ever since then, he has cemented himself as a staple of the YouTube gaming community. And despite not being a huge channel per se, he's earned people's respect in kind of a similar way that someone like Angry Video Game Nerd has.
Oh my god, it's Bugs Bunny!
An OG of the community that has never switched up. With this reputation in mind, Ross pledging his allegiance to the cause of opposing games as a service was significant. To put it in layman's terms, games as a service means the companies that develop games have the power to completely eliminate a game from existence and prevent anyone from keeping it alive. In some cases, this means making it so that a multiplayer game can only be played on company servers and then shutting those servers down. In other cases, this means ceasing the sale of an older game both physically and digitally free, but still going after anyone who tries to make the game available online. Most recently, an example of the latter is intellectual property laws and government institutions being weaponized against ROM sites by gaming companies, despite plenty of the games these sites provide no longer being sold by said companies. Despite not making any money off these games anymore, they still want to prevent anyone from quote-unquote pirating it, which ultimately pans out to be erasing the game from history and going after anyone who stands in their way. The specific focus of Ross's video is criticizing the legal concept that all purchases of games, digital or physical, constitute the purchase of a license, not of a product, and the company is free to end that license whenever they want to. You can get into the weeds of intellectual property laws while discussing this, which I'm going to avoid doing, but it's hard to not be sympathetic towards these efforts to conserve games, as well as all other digital media, especially if you play games or care about art at all. Now, 5 years after Ross posted this video, he made a new one on the same topic, this time announcing the largest campaign ever to stop publishers from destroying games. This campaign was called Stop Killing Games, and it outlined a few strategies to get the ball rolling legally on the subject of video game preservation and consumer rights. Although there were many different ways to do so, one that is highlighted is the European Citizens Initiative petition, which could get the subject discussed in the European Parliament. In the description of the petition, it states, "The initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers, before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonably functional or playable state." Now, while this description doesn't delve into impressive and wordy legalese, the petition really couldn't be clearer on what it aims to accomplish. This was not enough for Jason, who, in early August of 2024, voiced his displeasure with the initiative. First, during one of his 10-hour streams, which got so much backlash that it's since been taken down, and then on Twitter, where he doubled down on it, saying the following: "Stop killing
Don't worry, some people saved the VOD.
games is a vaguely worded attack on live service games as a whole, instead of being a focused assault on taking down the niche practice of single-player games, including always online functionality that can cause the game to be shut down at a later date. If you want my support, then write better legislature." I can't help but but bring up this classic.
You can say, "I like pancakes," and somebody will say,
"So you hate waffles?"
"No, that's a whole new sentence. What are you talking about?"
The obvious problem here from the start is Jason calling the petition legislature. The petition is not legislature. It's a formal request for the drafting of legislature. It clearly does not at any point present itself as a ready-made law. So you gotta wonder why Jason acted this way. Although I'm sure he had talked about it previously,
That's
this
a
is him
tiny
talking
nitpick.
about it on one of his streams from this time period.
As written, the language is too vague, it doesn't solve the root issue, and it creates a litany of new issues. And that's a problem. That's the major issue for me. So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net.
Once again, he is simply presenting his telephone-gamed understanding of the initiative as if it were, in fact, the contents of the initiative. Get used to it. We're going to see a lot of that. Unlike what Jason is saying here, the digital rights management, or DRM, of single-player games doesn't need to be removed or even radically altered. The companies who own the games just need to provide means for the players to keep playing it. In the case of single-player games, it mostly means still having it easily available for purchase in digital form, which requires no extra effort or cost of maintenance for the devs. As a matter of fact, it will continue to make them money as people keep buying the game. This alone would be a major source of relief for game preservation, since this is the brunt of the controversy revolving ROM sites being taken down as retro games become increasingly hard to officially acquire, whether digitally or physically. But to Jason's point, there is the odd case that cuts closer to DRM, such as the original GTA trilogy, which got replaced by their retarded definitive edition versions that look and play completely different, which many people reacted extremely negatively to, and for good reason. In this case, the delisting of the original games and their subsequent replacement had to do with, for example, licensing issues with the in-game's radio music. But again, Rockstar could have simply continued to remove songs that they'd lost the rights to, as they were already doing before the definitive edition fiasco, and left the rest of the game intact, so even this isn't a particularly good example. We haven't even gotten to Jason's point of contention with the initiative, and he's already misrepresenting it. This is what he actually thinks is wrong with the initiative.
The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net, which means every multiplayer game gets caught in the net. And they have to put in caveats such as allowing people to run private servers and so on and so forth after the game dies in order for them to even make it in the first place. Government run initiative. I can't back this, dude. I can't. It is too goddamn vague.
I really like how he answers his own critique with the private servers thing, but then calls it a caveat, as if it's some kind of far-fetched concept. Allowing users to run private servers has been done since the 90s. It's completely doable for any dev, let alone companies that have the kind of resources to run company-owned servers in the first place. To act as if this is some kind of unbearable logistics overhead, or worse, to suggest that this would cost them anything significant is ridiculous. Also, why does he call it government-run initiative? What is he trying to say? That this initiative is run by the government? I can't think of anything else.
All initiatives are based somewhere in government because they have to go through government to pass. I mean, that just seems like simple logic.
Could have meant with that, but that is patently insane and coming out of nowhere. The people behind this initiative are publicly audited in the EU's own site. The representative of the initiative is Daniel Ondruska, a European citizen and business consultant who, by the looks of his LinkedIn, has leagues more experience than Nepo Baby Jason could ever try to draw on MS Paint. Immediately after cobbling together this monstrosity of a point, Jason tries to make it out as if he knows what he's talking about by going to the SKG page and reading off of it, which, by the way, is not the exact same thing as the EU initiative. Even if we act like it is, Jason still manages to put his foot in his mouth by misrepresenting what's written on the SK.
Yeah, try to pay attention to that foot in the mouth, because if you go to Meat Cannon's video on Pirate Software, you will learn about putting your foot in your mouth and being full of yourself.
KG site as well.
This right here, intentionally rendering commercial video games inoperable when support ends. Of course, we render them inoperable when support ends because we turn the servers off. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them, but they're not. It's vague, and because it's vague, as that last poster put so eloquently, it's a nail bomb to take out a wasp nest.
Did he forget he just mentioned the...
Which reminds me, I'm going to have to get some kind of firework or something, because I have a big old hornet's nest on my garage that I have to get off there. I've tried to spray it a couple times, but I try not to get too close in case they decide to retaliate. So I'm probably just thinking, buy a firework, stick it in there in the hole, and just let it explode. Saw a frat boy do this. I'm sure it'll work out well for me. Yeah, totally.
The possibility of end-user run servers? Or is he keeping up with the act like that's some impossible feat? Even in extreme cases like MMORPG games with leaderboards and in-game market features that are maintained by the company's servers, it would still be better to completely reset all players' progress by having them migrate to a player-run private server than to just shut the game down entirely. Not that that would even be necessary, but even in the worst-case scenario, a private server is better than nothing. It seems that Jason's ability to read exhausts itself after he goes over just 2 lines on the SKG page, and then he starts aimlessly floating through the FAQ section while rambling incoherently.
It doesn't make any damn sense. That's the issue. And we see this all throughout their FAQ. We see it all across this. It is inflammatory language across the board that is vague. And it's going to lead to government overreach because the government doesn't understand how the hell games work. They don't understand how the internet works. They still can't even get a grasp on loot boxes. This is not new, and you're handing them a weapon to start walking through the games industry indiscriminately attacking things when they don't understand it. This is a bad direction.
I don't know how the government would weaponize Stop Killing Games when the goal of it is to prevent games from not having an end-of-life plan. So, not sure how they would weaponize that as a way to take down games when the initiative is not about taking down games. It's about preventing games from being permanently taken down and deleted from existence.
Can they change it? I hope so. But here's the thing. They're proposing this, and I hope it doesn't go through. Because what they're doing is too vague and dangerous.
Government overreach. Interesting. How about Nintendo abusing DMCA to take down playthroughs of their games that use...
Nintendo is out of control right now. They brick people's Switches, the Switch 2, if they see any obvious signs of tampering, even if it's not actually happening, and they just ban you. And that's it. And they are so gung-ho about making sure you buy new games, they're deleting all their old games. They actually threatened to sue somebody for purchasing an old game cartridge because they found a link for it online with the guy buying it on Facebook Marketplace. I mean, I just don't get Nintendo.
Emulators, or Nintendo taking down fan games on the basis of IP law. Is that not government overreach, since Nintendo is directly using legal means provided by the government to antagonize gamers? Or is it only government overreach when the consumer complains? Because I don't even see Jason making a both sides are bad fence-sitting kind of point here. He is fully taking the side of protecting DRM and IP law at all costs. And if you even dare to question it, you are the problem. If not for the government enforcing this top-down system, big-time gaming...
I'm gonna admit, I'm getting hungry for a BLT. A BLT. I have all the ingredients to make it. I'm actually getting hungry for that.
Companies would have to radically shift to the way indie game devs operate. Come to think of it, given that indie games have been beating the ass of AAA gaming for the past few years, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But, of course, considering any of those things would require Jason's logic to be consistent, Either you are for involvement of regulation in gaming, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for consumer protection laws, or you're against it, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for the curtailing of intellectual property laws that give the companies disproportionate power over their games. Taking the middle ground in this debate necessarily means you are wholly and exclusively in support of corporations being able to do what they want to do to the consumer base, with the unwavering support of the government and no legal recourse whatsoever. This is Jason's position. You would think that a guy who chose the name Pirate Software and who talks about how important it is to share information to promote game development wouldn't be so eager to ride or die for DRM. If all of this wasn't bad enough, his chat begins feeding him false information about how SKG is ran by someone who wants to end all live service games and make them single player, and not only does he jump at the bit for it, he smugly begins taking a victory lap on stream before he even confirms it.
Oh, excuse me.
This comes from the guy, live service is a scam. This is not based on vagueness. It is their intention to have all games to be updated to be single player, even if it was an MMO originally. Do you have a source for that information for me? Because I'm going to be real with you, if that's the case, all of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that.
Oh,
if
boy.
the intention is to turn all live service games into single player games,
it's
they get
not.
the entire ass.
Nope.
I've said this like 5 times. This is going to be the hot news for the day, dude. It's just going to keep coming up. Keep coming up. The reason that I'm talking about it so much is Sunder, our pants editor, our tailor, is sitting there taking all of this video and turning it into a video so we can put it up on YouTube, so I never have to talk about it again. It'll be great.
And he proceeds to talk about it for
Basically
months after.
sacrifice one day of talking about this shit, so that anytime anyone ever brings it up again, I go watch that video, bye.
Of course, he had to whip out the classic.
The problem is this. I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. This looks like a nightmare to me.
I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. I did 20.
Eventually, he stumbles his way to actually watching Ross's video, only to make more grossly incorrect and needlessly cynical points against everything Ross says.
What is
Yep.
What do you mean Europeans can save gaming? Gaming isn't in need of saving.
I've been working on a campaign to stop the destruction of video games.
Go down. Go down.
See, most video games
Silly
work
cat.
indefinitely, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
No, the entire live service game industry does not work that way.
And the entire live service industry is a business model which only a small minority of dev companies can execute due to how expensive and difficult they are to manage. Even if you focus solely on games after 2010, live service games are, by definition, the minority, even if they make account for a lot of overall playtime and revenue for these companies. I think part of what makes Jason mauled so much over live service potentially being threatened is his decades of deathly addiction to MMORPGs like WoW and Path of Exile.
But more and more are being
And
designed
Eve.
to stop working the second support ends from the publisher.
Not just the publisher, the developers as well. It's called a live service game. When we turn the servers off, the game dies because it's all rendered completely on the server side, and we do that specifically for security reasons, because if it's all rendered client side, then you'd be able to cheat at the game dramatically easier.
I could make the point here that having to figure out how to deal with cheaters is preferable to not being able to play the game at all, but
Dealing with cheaters in an online game, very, 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 very difficult. Because they always find a way to cheese it, and they don't care who they offend or who they upset. Their goal is only to feel powerful in an online game. Which honestly is just sad.
Even before completely letting a game die, what can happen is a company keeps it on life support while still neglecting it and allowing problems like botting and cheating to take over. In that case, it's better to just hand the game's source code over to the community and let them figure out the problems. At least in the case that the company is no longer concerned with keeping the game alive and healthy. This is exactly what id.
And these games, the game developers, the majority of them, want the game to die so you'll buy a new game. That's the primary reason. So you don't keep playing the same old game over and over and over. They want you to buy their new games because they're not making any money on that. And one of the big reasons for private servers being taken down, especially by Activision Blizzard with the whole WoW thing, was because they weren't making any money on it. And it can go two directions. One, you're not buying their new content. And two, they don't like their intellectual property being used by private servers and those people making money off it. But if the developer is going to straight up abandon the original game, they should lose all rights to that game and pass it on to the private sector and let them just do what they want with it. And it's not their problem anymore. They hold no legal holdings on it and just stay out of it. And whatever happens with the private server happens. They don't have to be responsible for it.
Software did with Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Quake, and what Valve has recently done with Team Fortress 2. It's not that far-fetched or difficult. Now, I'm not going to make you guys suffer and keep listening to Jason reiterate this point over and over again, but to summarize,
I don't know. Majority of your video was dedicated to his game Heartbound. Like, all of it. Like, well over an hour and 10 minutes, I think, was dedicated to talking about Heartbound, the code, and going back. I'm like, dude, that's a lot.
He creates a false dichotomy. Either things stay as they are and games get completely shut down, delisted, and rendered unplayable, or all companies will have to choose between keeping an unprofitable game alive forever or remake it from scratch as a single-player experience. What Jason fails to comprehend, or more likely, deliberately ignores, is that what Ross is proposing isn't a hypothetical. 10 years ago, there was a private World of Warcraft server, and not only was it running perfectly fine, but it was very popular among the player base who weren't very satisfied with what regular WoW had become. And WoW was run by what company again? Oh yeah, Blizzard Entertainment, famous for once having employed world-renowned hacker Maldavius Figtree for 20 years.
I know how to do that because I worked at Blizzard.
This WoW server wasn't a project in its formative stages, it was fully functional, and Blizzard went out of its way to shut it down for no reason, which earned them a well-deserved heap of backlash.
This one had, it was...
And Blizzard proceeded to say during an actual BlizzCon event where they literally said, you know that thing you guys want? You don't want it. The president or CEO at the time said that. He said, you don't want that. You don't want it. Saying people don't want what they're telling you what they want. That's the problem with some developers too. Another big issue with developers. They think they know what we want more than what we know that we want. We know what we want. It's why we're telling you. Why? Follow the money. I give you my money if you do that thing that I wanted.
Blizz-like in every way, perfectly scripted, no donations. It was just for the love of the game. People just wanted to play that game. But Blizzard is such dicks about it.
They didn't even have to do anything. The player base had already taken care of it, and Blizzard still punished them. Perhaps the worst part is that this absolute buffoon
Two reasons why I'm 50-50 on them taking down the private server. One, the private server was making money that Blizzard was not making. So that's money that's not being directed to them as a result of their intellectual property. But also there's the other side of the coin, where it quite literally is, well, we're asking you for WoW Classic. We're telling you this is what we want, but you're telling us it's not what we want. But look at how successful this is. It only took them till 2019 to finally do something with it. But the private server, I completely understand Blizzard's perspective on a private server while their game is still active, making money. Now, if WoW was dead in the water and this was a private server that existed after the fact, I would not be on any side of Blizzard when it comes to this. So it's a nuanced situation.
Actually brings up WoW in his response to Ross.
This would require publishers to leave games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
How are you going to do that with World of Warcraft? How are you going to do that with any live service game? How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You shut down the servers, and then the game still has to be in a working state. It is an MMO. That is a live service video game. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Can you imagine being this ignorant, yet being so confident? This is a game he is addicted to the point of playing it for literally 24 hours straight. And it's made by a company he used to work at, and he knows nothing about it. I've seen plenty of counter arguments against what Jason is putting forward here, but what I don't see is enough people pointing out that his supposed nightmare scenario is something that has happened before. And not only is it not a nightmare, it only fails to work when the original company sticks its grubby fingers in the pie and destroys everything. Jason's willful blindness is to the point where, after repeatedly yapping about how games would have to be made into single-player experiences, Ross mentions that players can host servers, and Jason just sits there looking dumbfounded, like his brain cannot process what's just been said.
It's already been done. Here's a great example of a game that's been carried on decades after it was done. There's RuneScape, and then there's Ragnarok Online. Ragnarok has continued with private servers for years. I played on a private server called Rain Online. It's something that after they stopped making the game, that private servers came into existence, the developer left them alone and allowed it to prosper. It's crazy that Activision Blizzard just wants to take down the private server, but at the exact same time don't tell you that you don't want it, even though this private server is clearly telling you otherwise.
Have access to the source code. It wouldn't require endless support? No, it would require a shitload of support at the time of transitioning an entire...
This is the part where his downfall began. What the initiative would not do. He failed to read the very top of it, and he's assuming this is what Adam's saying is going to happen. And wants to happen, which wasn't the case at all. It's what the initiative would not do. Thor read it as what the initiative would do.
Multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Man, is that really going to give the same experience? This shit makes no goddamn sense.
They can end it anytime they want as far as we're concerned. You wouldn't need to host server.
You're posing this as a benefit. It's going to make the game shit.
Though they would have to either patch out that requirement or else allow customers to host them privately. Assume any liability for what customers do with their copies of games.
That's all he can do in the face of the one point that unravels his entire argument. Roll his eyes and raise his eyebrows. When he does mention private servers for WoW, it's to make this claim.
So this would not require publishers to assume liability for the customer actions. Except it would, because every single time that somebody would go off and create a private server, and that private server would have problems, do you know who gets tickets for it? The parent company that made the original game. Do you know how I know that? Because we got tens of thousands of tickets at Blizzard for private servers for World of Warcraft.
That's pretty interesting to hear from Jason, because on Blizzard's own website, this is what it says. Private WoW servers are against the Blizzard terms of use. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you must download the official game client through the Blizzard app. Blizzard customer support doesn't provide assistance with issues in private servers. Very curious. Well, I guess Jason knows more about Blizzard than Blizzard itself. After all, he worked there for 30 years. His 40 years of experience in Blizzard triumphs Blizzard's own existence, since it's only been active for about 34 years, which frankly pales in comparison to his 50 years of work at Blizzard.
How do you know so many things? I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is an evil horse who deserved it. The closest thing to a point Jason comes to during all of this is his concern for how this kind of regulation may affect small teams. But then again, Jason could have tailored his point to clarify there should be some kind of exemption for small game dev companies. At no point does he try to engage with what Ross is saying in good faith. Instead, this is how he acts.
If we get enough signatures, then this goes before the European Union to be considered as new law.
I hope it gets shot down. So you're socially engineering politicians that don't know anything about the subject matter to try and push through an initiative about an industry you clearly don't understand. to stop killing video games in a way that would kill all live service games. Am I getting that right?
Excuse me.
I'm getting that right. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
Despite Jason's absolute lack of tact when engaging with the initiative, Ross still took the time to try and ignite a reasonable discussion in the comments of Jason's stream. He wrote, "Based on your response, I think there's a combination of values clash and there's a misunderstanding on much of what we're asking for. For example, WoW would likely be exempt from this measure since it's considered under the law as a true service. In other words, the customer is told explicitly when their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that, but I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. We obviously have very different perceptions of the likely outcome of this. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know of to be adamantly against what we're doing. If you're interested, I would be fine with having a discussion with you on this, where we could at least clarify things, but
Fun fact, when he was offered this opportunity, he said, no, I will not discuss this with them. Because technically speaking, if he did, he would get torn asunder.
It's your choice. Jason saw and decided to respond to Ross's comment on a stream, where he said this.
If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And the reason why is this. It is because specifically your video that made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video, right here, where you discuss reasons why your initiative could pass. And your description of this, I find to be disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know, how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win, they don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that. And I don't have any reason to have a conversation.
Well, it's called playing the
So,
system.
His reason for not being open to talking to Ross about it was because Ross displayed a perfectly reasonable degree of cynicism towards politicians' motivations. Even calling it cynicism isn't really fair, because Ross is just telling the truth. He's not even mentioning the worst aspect of it, which is that politicians that don't know much about video games are already being weaponized against consumers and have been for decades now. So now, Jason isn't only standing on business for corporations, he's also going King Von for the integrity of politicians. How
I don't know who that is.
By the way, while the Ross comment Jason addressed has stayed up, there was another one Ross posted, further clarifying SKG's intentions, but it was deleted by Jason. When confronted about the deletion, Jason replied claiming that deleted comments contained hate speech, personal attacks, and doxing information. The good old hate speech excuse for doing whatever is most convenient for you never fails to show up in these cases, does it? Much like how he strategized his Kickstarter project to trick game journalists into covering it, some people on Reddit talked about Jason's deletion of comments, claiming that he had previously stated on stream that he purposely deletes people's comments to get them to come back and engage with the videos more, among other petty things of that sort. Keep that in mind, as this kind of behavior will resurface later down the line. On August 5th, another respected representative of game preservation and right to repair causes, Louis Rossman, weighed in on the issue, with a particular focus on the same thing Ross mentioned in his comment: games, which are services but aren't marketed as such. Another important thing he brings up is that the initiative can really be considered less than a draft of what the final legislature will actually reflect, and that's how it should be treated. Otherwise, if the only way to put forth an idea is to already have it fully formed and perfected, then no one can ever put forth any ideas. Lastly, he clarifies that the initiative isn't retroactive, so even if it did eventually become law, it wouldn't require every game ever made to be adapted, and it would only apply to games produced after the law had been passed.
Yeah, Louis Rossman has been a big advocate for right to repair laws, especially in New York, despite the fact I think he's in a dying city and a dying breed there and probably should just move on, but he's built his livelihood there, so I'm not sure if he will.
Lewis's contribution to the discussion is essentially a bypass of Jason's critiques and a repackaging of Ross's summary that tailors the message toward game devs with more genuine concerns about how SKG may affect them. All credit to him, he tried to be amicable to Jason's perspective, but the entire gaming community was already ablaze in hatred. That ship had long since sailed. One day after Rossman's video, Jason came back with a video, and this time around, a lot of the cynical energy he displayed in the original stream clip had visibly been beaten out of him. After getting nothing but pats on the back from his community for years, his overnight transformation from cool hacker game dev guy to evil game destroyer hit him pretty hard. He starts the video giving his usual credentials, 60 years working for Blizzard and whatever, and he goes really hard on the angle of, I'm just a guy trying to help people make games, essentially presenting himself as a victim of an undeserved hate train. I would go over this beat for beat as well, but unfortunately, Jason learned nothing in the several days since this controversy began, and is mostly reiterating his original points, thinking that if he says it in a less mean way, it'll suddenly make sense to people. I don't really understand why he even made a follow-up video if he wasn't open to talking to Ross or anyone else directly, which leads me to think he really just wanted to shift the narrative by saying the same things again, but this time wringing his hands and shrugging a lot. The one notable moment is near the end, when I think he confirms my theory.
Aside from that, a lot of people really like live service games, as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really
very
cool
true.
thing.
Buddies of mine on Rain Online met and were married. Several of them, in fact. They met all their spouses on Rain Online.
For a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird.
To have gone through all of this and think that this is still some ploy to destroy all live service games is peak dishonesty. I don't even know why he's not just admitting he was wrong. It wouldn't even really hurt him that much at this.
Yeah, sadly, he didn't admit any wrongdoing, and because of how he feels, he refuses to change. So because of that, he's pretty much already on the up and out. I mean, he'll still be live streaming, but when you lose 300,000 subscribers, that's crazy.
At this point. Under this video, Jason left a comment addressing potential critiques of his argument. The first thing he goes after is the issue of monetization in private servers, where he suggests that having the government prevent it would lead to a lot of red tape. But that red tape already exists. It's called DMCA, and whoever is the rightful owner of the game's IP can file a claim. Even if the company has shut down alongside the game, the IP can still be owned by somebody, whether it's by an individual or another company, in the case that, during its liquidation, the original company sold off its intellectual properties. Now, in the case that the IP became abandonware, then the original IP owner clearly didn't care to preserve it. The only problem with DMCA is that it currently is being abused against people who make free fan games and run private servers for no profit. The other case Jason presents is if people are allowed to monetize, and his counter argument here is even more out of touch. He describes a situation in which a malicious actor uses bots and exploits to kill a game with the intent of firing up their own private server post-mortem to profit off of the game's demise. This is silly because if this malicious actor can profitably run a server of the game, wouldn't it be vulnerable to the same botting and exploits that destroyed the game in the first place? And if this malicious actor can prevent those exploits, can't the company who originally owned the game do the same thing in this scenario? As a matter of fact, isn't it the obligation of a company who provides a live service game to do everything in their power to keep their game intact? I think it's pretty obvious how this hypothetical breaks down on its own, but somehow Jason thought this point was so brilliant, he made an entire follow-up video dedicated to explaining it. The other points aren't nearly as deserving of coverage, just more gallivanting on.
To be honest, he brought this on himself. I mean, all he had to do was just admit that he was misinterpreting it, and that was it. It wouldn't have gotten this far. All the little incidents that were in the beginning of this video didn't have much impact. Even the illegal use of a minor in a company work where she was being paid, that too. But this initiative killed Pirate Software's growth and probably kept it in permanent stagnation.
on Jason's part to make him seem like he knows more about this topic than anyone else. Ross eventually tried to communicate again, justifying his cynical stance on why politicians would pick the initiative up, but much like his previous attempts to get through to Jason, it yielded no results. Even in his follow-up video, Jason continues to be dishonest about private server practices.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
Except that it does make sense, because the aforementioned private WoW server amassed over 800,000 registered accounts, with peaks of 150,000 active accounts in a given week, and over 18,000...
Keep in mind, this is not going to be the same for every game, but this is just an example that people's love of a certain game doesn't go away once the game dies.
Concurrent players before it was shut down. Is that a pathetic snapshot of a dead game too? There are AAA live service games being released right now by legitimate companies that can't get 18,000 concurrent players. To give Jason credit, he does acknowledge that there are some private servers that are successful, but he then proceeds to shut it down as not a solution because it opens devs up to abuse, as if he had already established how that would necessarily be the case.
It opens up a route for abuse to the developers, so that is not a solution. Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive.
Another caveat to this whole thing is, what if you don't care that your private server doesn't have a lot of players? I can think of plenty of live service games that you can reasonably play without a ton of players in the same server, which I guess he'd also consider abusive. I suppose a company like Valve, who has a track record of allowing players to run their own servers, has been allowing their users to abuse them for the past 20 years.
Is that a Harkon with a
That's why they're so unprofitable,
nozzle
right?
on his head?
He's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you. He's funny as hell though.
The comments on this video in particular are possibly the most poignant. It's actually pretty simple. If you design your game specifically with anti-consumer practices in mind, don't be surprised when...
Sadly, I'm gonna have to stop here, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the live stream to whatever extent that you were watching, and I'll see you guys next time.